Hello. Hello. Oh my gosh, I just made a, hold on. Disaster. I literally just knocked my speaker over. What's up, Oni? What's up, Nikki? What's up, Wolfie? Hold on a second. I knocked something over. I know, Billy. That means that you think I'm down here to play with you. You guys like my Stranger Things shirt? That nobody else will get the reference other than people who watch Stranger Things? Baby, go on. Go on. I know, I'm sorry. It was a loud noise. I'm so sorry. I knocked my speaker off the desk. I didn't mean to. Hello, Nikki. How is everybody today? I'm sorry that I didn't stream earlier. I needed to catch up on sleep. I was so tired today. I was struggling to actually physically get out of bed today. Oh, okay. I think we're all good now. Okay. No, I do need to apologize because I hate saying that I'm going to do something and then not doing it. You know? Both talking about being tired, lol. I think it's because even though I slept after my meeting yesterday, it wasn't like restful sleep. You know what I mean? So even though like I took a 4-hour nap after work, I wasn't like really like restful because I still was like checking my phone every time I rolled over and stuff. You know? Yeah, no. And you hopped on BG3? Are you still in Act 2 or are you in Act 3 now? Did you even speak? I did. I did. I did.
Hello?
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 Hi.
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 Hello.
Hi,
So
friends.
you're also
How's everybody
EP?
doing? I'm so EP.
Oh my gosh, we're a bunch of EP bitches.
We're a bunch of EP bitches.
We're a bunch of EP bitches, guys.
Oh, the EPiest. Oh, remember to group. I
Yeah,
can't
don't
group.
forget Carlac.
Where is she? Did she not come?
Oh my gosh,
hang
where
out
did
with
you
us?
leave her?
Oh my
Go
gosh.
find her. Where is she?
Oh, you know what? It's from when we were taking pictures. She
Oh.
followed. Yeah.
That's
I forgot to bring her
funny.
back.
Just leave your girlfriend behind.
Okay, listen. A of all, she's not my girlfriend yet. B of all, it's her fault. If she didn't want to transport back, that's not on me. She's a fully grown-ass adult. She could transport.
She could, but she won't.
I'm just saying. What you doing? Where you going? Wait for me, bestie.
What do you mean? This is just camp.
I know.
Oh, but you haven't been over here yet?
No.
Oh, it's just cool up here.
Fight. Hi,
This is
Jay.
where this is where the mirror is in this camp. And I may or may not have taken some pictures in this. Because it's a cute little, it's like a cute little romantic little bed.
Aw.
Like with the fireplace and stuff. Like, like the one thing I don't understand, and maybe I just haven't had, well, because I've only romanced Astarion, so I don't know. But I don't know if there's anybody who has a romance scene in Act 2, because this would be a great place for it.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh. I like how we both lay down so differently.
Well, because I'm an elf. I'm a full drow, and you're a half elf.
I look comfortable.
And we don't sleep. We don't actually sleep.
I know you trance.
Yeah,
but
so we can't even like
still,
lay down all cute and
I'm
comfy.
just like, oh, so cozy.
I know, and I'm just like, I am meditating. Like if you press O, it'll go above.
Cute.
And you can actually see like how crazy we look.
I look adorable in my little assassin clothes. Oh. Oh my god, how cute! I just did a little snuggle like a kitten. This is the game, guys.
And then I literally do not move. Like I don't. I'm breathing. Okay, I am breathing. Gigi like tosses and turns a little bit, like moves her weight around.
Get comfy.
Looks like someone added it to this. Like I'm in T-pose sleeping.
Basically, yeah. Just full T-pose. Oh my gosh.
Wait, hold on. Can you do photo mode while you're in a laying pose?
Oh, let me just adjust really quickly.
Camera's not in tactical view. Oh, is yours in tactical view? Take yours out of tactical. Yeah, take yours out of O.
Oh.
There we go. Okay, so
God.
Can we move at all in this, though? No, we get up. Dang. Hold on. Lying down. Okay, lying down. Oh, and then we just rotate, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, wait, and then we make it look like we're talking to each other.
We could! Oh my god, hold on. I just say, or you just do this, like you're chatting with me, and I'm like, bitch, I am trying to sleep.
I'm like, hey, are you awake?
Are you awake?
Hey, I need to talk to you. Are you awake?
Hey,
Hey.
I have secrets. I need to talk about something.
Oh, that one's cute. You could do that one. Oh, that one could be like us, or like we're like besties.
Yeah, like lying down.
Oh, that's another way. Hold on. Oh, that one's cute.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Oh yeah, you do that, and then I'll rotate. Oh, wrong way. This way. Let me scoot myself a little closer. Maybe?
This is it, guys. This is the picture for this episode. Oh wait, hold on. I have to take my cape off. My cape always looks stupid when we're doing this. So we're gonna have to do this all again in a second.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, there we
go. Auto fart.
My cape always looks so fucking dumb for some reason in these, and I don't understand it. It's kind of funny. All right, so it was lying down, and then I think I was like C or D. Yeah, it's D.
Yeah, that one. Oh my god, so fucking cute. Okay, and then I was doing...
or I can even go this way, and I can have the fireplace.
Was I doing C? No. B? No. Which one was I doing? This one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I want to go the other way around to the fireplace. So we should do it like we're turning to the fireplace.
Like this way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're glowing though from whatever the fucking...
It's fine.
Whatever this buff is. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. I love it so much. It's so dumb.
Cute. Okay, wait, let me swap to... Let's see. What's this one? Oh.
Don't do that one.
Oh, oop.
That one's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. Like you're dreaming.
Back a little bit.
Yeah.
This is what you guys come to our streams for.
This is what we should be doing at the end of stream, but no.
No, right now, right at the beginning. This is how we bring.
What is
everybody
this
in.
one?
I
Hold
don't
on.
know, I
Can
don't
we?
like
Hold on.
it.
Can we do something with this one?
Oh my god! Please.
We have to do something with this one. You gotta figure it out.
And do what?
I don't know. I don't know. We have to figure out something to do with these.
This is so fucking dumb.
I don't know how to pose this one, but I want to so bad. What if we both just have our butts up, like it's just flashing the screen, like get, yeah,
Oh my
just like line
God.
yourself up with me.
What are we waiting for? Oh my god.
Back
This is
that ass up, GG.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Back that ass up. Oh my god.
This
Pig.
why is that even a thing? Why is that one even an option? Oh gosh.
Let me. Snoozing.
Oh, that's kind of cool. What? I just wish we could get. I wish like the photo mode could get rid of like whatever this buff is that we're glowing.
Yeah, oh, I have battle damage on. I don't think I actually. We could sleep in our camp clothes and our Jimmy Jams.
Our gym jams. That's cute. Oh wait, hold on. Can we spoon?
Yeah.
Wait, wrong.
Into the mattress. Hold on. Hold on. Whoa, no.
I wonder why the bear fucking game would have a pose like that. No.
I don't know what you're
it's fine.
talking about.
Yeah. Oh gosh. With the fire, hold on. Can I get like real low with the fireplace and just?
Oh my god, this is so silly. This is now the whole stream. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
That's beautiful.
This is what everybody comes to our streams for.
Just two besties, you know, spooning
two
in front of the fireplace.
Just pals being pals.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, what's in this wardrobe?
Anyways, guys, how is everyone?
How you doing?
Welcome
Hope you're
in.
doing good. Let's take all this shit so we can sell it. Oh my god.
Hey, can we not take the cutting board?
Better not.
Yes, we can.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it wouldn't let me. Wow. Okay.
Sometimes you just have to turn your camera around.
Fucking rude, mate.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I know.
I'm just gonna take a little nap here.
Where?
There's
Oh.
another little bit over here. Anyway.
Anyways.
Now that we're
thanks
an
for
hour
being
into
here,
the
champs.
stream.
Only the real ones know.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, YouTube.
Thanks, YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
Hi, YouTube. When a hype train started? Well.
Listen, if we really wanted to be that type of channel, we would have had one of us in that position and the other one in a kneeling one behind them. But we didn't do that.
But we didn't do it.
But we didn't do that.
Yet.
But we could have. The option is always there. Yet, right. You understand.
All right,
Oh.
so let's check our journal and decide what we're doing.
Our gurnal? Right.
We're in Moonrise, and we've done
Yeah.
my thing in Moonrise, and then we haven't done anything else other than I made you touch the goo.
I did touch the goo, that's correct. We've got a bunch of shit to do there. There's things to do in the Shadow Cursed lands. Or it's
Mhm.
Kalag. Zevlor.
Wait. You didn't talk to him yet, did you?
Oops.
We have meet Damon at the Last Light Inn.
No, we did talk to him because we had that, but we need to get the iron first.
Oh, mine just says bring Karlak to talk to him. That's weird.
Yeah, that's what mine says too. Yeah, we met Damon sheltering. We should bring Karlak to talk to him, and we've done that twice now. And
Interesting.
both
Okay.
times he's like, "Get us iron," and I'm like, "Okay, maybe change the wording on your quest."
I know. Okay. Okay. The tieflings arrived safely at Last Light Inn. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that any of the others did. Sometimes I think Pink is secretly a dirty birdie and her reaction to getting raided during Witcher sex was a put on. No, it was not. I like to make jokes, but I really am not.
He who was wants to bring justice to the victims of a murderer. Oh yeah, that's right. That's that man. I'm remembering what's going on now. Find a Moonlantern. Okay, so we need to do that first. We need to find the Moonlantern first. So that
Yeah,
we can
because
do other
we can't continue further into the Shadow Coast lands. Yeah.
Right. I understand.
We are a bit
okay, that is our
limited.
first duel.
Gil.
Oh, did you just leave? Okay, hold on.
Oh. I am not close.
Not close to what?
Anything.
Did you leave camp?
Yeah, but I am still where we were before. Because we were taking pictures. Yeah, see? But,
oh, yeah.
But Astarion is, like, not here.
We unlocked a travel point.
Yeah,
there,
Astarion's over here.
Moonrise Towers. Yeah, we just want to go to there.
Going to there.
Moonrise Towers.
Loading?
Oh,
no?
Shit.
There we go.
Oh,
everyone's here?
All right, let's see if we can figure out where to find a lantern. Oh.
Uh-oh, who's in the shadow?
Me, I'm stupid.
Uh-oh, we're in shadow. Something's come along and it's something shadow.
You're fine.
Oh, there is. Hold on, I need to look up the location of where something is. I remember, but I also don't entirely remember it. Do you know? Oh, we don't have. Oh, we don't have our. I don't have my lantern on since I just fast traveled. Hold on.
Karlak. Okay. I had you hold your lantern. What do you mean not enough resources? Where's your lantern? You have a lantern.
Get out of turn-based mode, and then put your stuff on.
I did, and then she dropped it. Karlak.
You don't have yours on now either.
What the fuck is happening? What? Wait. What is happening? You have a torch, right? We've got torches. Why are they not equipped?
There's the quick button, so like next to your character.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
We brought it out.
Karlax is on. Now you switch to you.
I know. I had them both holding their fucking torches. Why are you not doing it? What is happening right now? Could you hold your fucking... I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Switch. Which character are you on right now?
I'm on Gertrude. I know what I'm doing. It's just not doing the thing.
So it's not enough resources because you use your action. So, yeah. Okay, so just end your turn and then hold on. Exit turn base. Now take your thing out.
Which is what I did. I don't know why she turned it off.
I don't know either, but let's go.
I'm gonna fucking... She did it again.
Because that's too far into the shadow. We can't go in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know why she unequipped it instead of just being like, I can't go in there.
Yeah.
That part is weird. Trying to stream all day tomorrow. I would like to try to get through some more Kingdom Come, but depends on how tired I am, to be completely honest.
Yeah. You've been streaming a lot.
I did stream a lot.
You did stream a lot. Hey, merchant. Let me sell some of this shit I just picked up at camp. Oh, hello. Flo from Progressive?
Flo? We gone in LA for most of the day. I mean, I'll probably be like a chunk of the day. I might not do, 13 hours again, but might do a chunk of the day.
One hell of a name. Florenta the Garotta. Is she a threat? Do I need to... Is she gonna come after my girlfriend, maybe? My potential maybe girlfriend?
Oh, I'm not listening to this. I thought you were trading.
I wouldn't have given her the time of day, but even
I thought I was too,
once
but
in a
then it
while.
went into a
What can I say?
conversation.
Jokes.
Enough chatter. Your friend gave me 3 soul coins. Said I could sell them if I wanted. But if I kept them for you...
Soul coins, huh? Those could come in handy.
Those could come in handy.
I've never used... Has anybody else used soul coins? I've never used soul coins. We should try it.
We'll have them.
Yeah, they power Karlak up.
Condition.
Mm.
For every coin you take, you've got to hear the story of the soul trapped inside.
There you have it. Flo came all
There you have it.
to make me feel
Yeah, you have
like
to be careful
shit.
with them.
Clever use of her time.
I don't remember why,
Memorized
though.
a bunch of sad stories on her behalf, did you?
Didn't need to. Your flow did.
Oh, do they, like,
devil
overheat
woo
her or
and stuck 'em
something?
in my head.
I don't
I
know.
never
Forget
used
now
them.
if I wanted to.
We'll find out.
You want the coins or not?
Sure.
First coin's got the soul of a woman named Mavery. She
Mavery.
was born to a cruel mother and a violent father and 3 evil brothers, all named Baldur.
Baldur 3?
Never knew a day of love in
3
her life.
Baldurs?
Whoa.
When she was a girl of 15, she sold her soul to Tiamat in exchange for someone who would love her unconditionally.
Tiamat, jeez, that's a
She
choice.
got what she asked for. A fellow named Clint, destined to be her soulmate, struck by a cart and died a few moments after clapping eyes on our Mavery.
Seems about right.
The scud of her soul is yours now.
Thanks. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Next. I guess that's a sad story indeed.
We're just getting started.
Great.
This one has got the soul of a man named Frakes.
Jonathan
Lived in
Frakes?
a village near Neverwinter. Hit hard by the worst hunger in 1,000 years.
Obviously Jonathan
Frakes
Frakes.
called out for help. Prayed for his children to have meat to eat. Zariel answered. Made old Frakes grow flesh upon flesh after flesh.
Ew. Ew.
His wee ones had all the meat they could stomach.
Ew.
He should have known. Better to die 1,000 deaths than let Zariel into your life.
Sure.
Whatever you need to tell yourself. Last one's got the soul of a little boy named Ungir. 8 years old. He liked playing in the sun with his friends. That's all I know.
That's all?
That's all I know.
That's all. Oh, and this slip of scratch.
Great.
Well, thanks, Flo. Hearing a bunch of desperate horror has ruined my day, which I suppose was the point.
You got 3 soul coins out of the bargain, didn't you? I'd quit whinging if I were you.
Go
I
get
did
some
my
more
part.
fucking
That
mustache
means
oil.
our
Jeez.
business is done. Unless you've got actual gold to hand.
I do. Okay, now I'm shopping.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
That was interesting.
I've got soul coins.
I want to read
I
their
got
note.
soul I get it. I get it. Change shirt. I don't want this. Get out of here.
Delicious.
Sell some artwork. Rotten fish.
Or you can go to medium.
Sell all that. Thanks. What do you got? Smoke powder bomb. That's probably fine.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Cool. What else do you have? Oh, you've got some arrows.
Arrows.
Arrows. Oh, we've got an arrow dragon slaying. Maybe I should buy that. I'll buy that. And what's this? Halberd of Vigilance.
Vigilance.
Vigilance. Probably not. Hi, YT. Where are you? You're here. Welcome. We're in Moonrise Towers. A Dagar. Am I proficient with short swords?
I want to have a word.
You might have to look. You can switch your characters and look.
What is me?
Individual
But I just
doesn't
don't
seem
know.
particularly
How do I
fond
see?
of you.
How do I know?
Perhaps a gift would improve their
Yeah, but
sentiment.
if you switch characters, then you can go into the other menu.
Now's your chance
What
to
other
offer
menu?
something worthwhile.
Like your
What you
character
mean?
menu to see what your proficiencies are. Oh, you're already in the other screen. I thought you were talking.
Yeah. No. Lucy says hi, Lucy. Good dog.
Oh, where's the...
Let me see my proficiencies. Uh-oh. What? Are things bad?
I think I forgot a piece of armor that I want. I just need to know where it is.
Splint armor. Oh, that's heavy. What are you? Ooh. Fistbreaker helm. You gain a +1 bonus to spell save DC. Do you want this?
Oh,
It's a hat.
Did you pick up the luminous armor when we were there? You might have an
Well-
armor piece that I want. When we
What
were
armor?
so it's the luminous armor. And it was in a locked chest in the Selionite outpost, which I know you don't know what that is, but that's the place when we first got to the Underdark, and it had like the statue of the lady with the 2 lasers coming out of it.
Uh-huh.
There's a chest in there, and it had a piece of armor in it.
If I have it, it's in my chest back at camp. I can
Yeah.
take a look.
Yeah.
Because I haven't sold any armor that's, like, magical.
Cool. Yeah. If you happen to remember next time, it's not a big deal.
I can run back and check real quick.
No, it's literally not a huge deal, but I would like it for Astarion. I think I'm gonna try to make him have some radiant damage.
One of my D&D friends has her birthday on January 4th. You're fucking with her. She's one of those weirdos that thinks she only needs 1 set of dice. Cool bone dice. You ordered the dice for her birthday. She's getting kind of mad about it. Your 3D print.
Oh, that looks cute.
Aw. That's delightful. But she also needs more than one set of dice. Because that's crazy. Imagine only having one set of dice. Oh yeah, that's the person who doesn't like me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot. 31 pings since 2:30 yesterday. That's insane.
What?
Wolfie joined this server that I guess his friend is in or hosts or something, and she like there's like 1,000 pings all the time in this place.
This individual
I would
doesn't
die.
seem particularly fond of you.
Or at least just turn off
Perhaps a
any and
gift
all
would improve
notifications.
Yeah, right. Hi, Rabbit.
Now's your chance to offer
Bow.
something worthwhile.
Bo?
Wow, wow.
Bo?
Am I right?
Bow? Bo?
Still breathing.
Which one you
Bo.
saying, mate?
Bodolo. Oh, the game's over. Hell yeah. Charger's lost. Perfect. I can move my phone now. Where do we need to go to get stuff? If we want a lantern. Disciples Rel. What's this for?
Okay, now I can just trade.
Quest.
Cool.
See. Who's this person? Grand Duke. Who? What do we need to talk to? Whomst?
What?
What? Have we lain a dragon? I ain't laying no dragons. I don't know about you, but I don't plan on laying no dragons.
Homst?
Homest div. Who's this man? It was an owner. Soap and dice. You should get that soap that has dice in it. You're laying a dragon. What's upstairs? I am now on the first floor. Went upstairs.
Okay.
There's apparently somebody here to talk to.
There's lots of people to talk to.
Just be quick.
Yeah, there's like a quest person to talk to. Ooh, I can steal this
If you
shit.
have coin, then show it.
Ooh. I'll take your quill.
Do you have
Some books. I won't take your books, apparently. Rude. My god, there's so many books to loot here. I mean, in theory. The leadership of the Zentarum.
Alright, I'm not gonna spend my money until I know if she has that armor.
Not as bad as it could have.
I've got you a... Oh, I'll just... Let me run back to the camp.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What was the armor called?
The luminous armor.
Luminous armor.
The luminous armor. If not, I'm just gonna run and go grab that.
I don't see it.
It should be a green rarity item, and it should be like just like a chest plate of armor.
Yeah, I don't see it in my stuff.
Okay, I'm going to go get it. Oh wait, it might pull you.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll come with you.
All right. So now we're just gonna go find it.
Yeah.
It's a locked enchanted chest.
A locked enchanted chest, really?
A
innit?
locked enchanted chest.
Yes. The Chargers lost. Broncos win the West. Do. Go football sports.
Go football
Path
sports.
lies before me.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Go football sports.
Is it a chest that we didn't unlock?
Must be if we don't have it.
Yeah. I don't think I sold it anywhere.
What's in here?
Is it not
now
just
I'm
this
panicking.
gilded chest? No. Hold on, let me look it up again. The southeastern part and can be also reached from the defiled temple. Okay.
Oh, it's probably this one. There
Oh.
was a... Let me disarm.
Yeah, get the locked enchanted chest.
We probably didn't perceive this sneak wall before.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky wall. Soap with dice inside.
Sneaky.
I'm pretty sure I know I've definitely seen like bath bombs with dice inside, and I've seen candles with dice inside. There's gotta be soap with double 17 shit, bro. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, there it is.
Cool. I need it for a Starion.
It is in my inventory. You can take it.
Oh, okay. I will take it. There we go. A Starion.
Starian.
A Starion.
Shall we go back to the towers?
We shall. Oh wait, put your land things back on if you aren't.
Things have stayed interesting.
Your torches.
Oh, but Karlak didn't. Karlak, why did you unequip your fucking torch?
Okay.
There you go.
Now we go.
Here we go!
Here we go.
Ugh, now we just need... Okay, so we need the Jags to lose, or... I mean, best we need to beat the Chargers next week. That's what we really need to do. I need Denver to get the 1 seed. I need to not be caring about the playoffs during PPC games.
PPC games. What's the PPC games, you say?
I don't know. Is it still a secret?
No.
Did I accidentally spoil it?
No, it's not a secret.
I was like, I swear I've seen you post about
No,
it.
it's not a secret.
Goobers, who you calling a goober? How dare you?
How dare you? Alright, have you spoken to everybody down here? I know you haven't.
No.
No.
I know you haven't.
I know you haven't.
True soul.
I honestly probably haven't talked to fucking anybody. I've just been looting.
So you can talk to the lady in the kitchen.
Traders in the entrance hall.
Oh, now she's just gonna talk to everybody.
Yeah, you told me to talk to everybody. You said, have you talked to everybody? And I said no. So that means I need to talk to everybody.
Okay. Okay. I will sit here on the throne and wait.
From this seat, Ketrick
Wow,
defied gods and raised an army for the absolute.
Imagine being mad at me for talking to people.
Oh, I'm not mad.
No, you're so mad.
Yep, you're right.
It is a pleasure to be in your
Or would you like for me to just ambush people? Because I could just do
I
that
definitely don't want that. I would prefer less of that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Better to bunk with a beast.
I
than
only
to
make
battle
the
with one,
right
I
choices.
suppose. Praise the absolute.
You fucking a beast?
Watch yourself with the ogre. She's a hugger.
Aw, cute.
Cute.
stink of
Cute.
dead gods and dust. This ruin is scarcely worthy
Feet.
of our absolute.
Praise the absolute. Oh my god, Goofy Goober.
Oh my god. Hello.
Hush. Meat sounds above. Here.
You failed.
Oh.
No. Meg only small.
Is it the wall that I heard that I talked to before?
Them walls above.
Is that what you think it is?
Maybe. Whole
Yeah.
tower. You find meat?
Yeah, you stick your hand in that hole. It went really well for me. Maybe let's not say that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Let's see.
Where is the kitchen, you said? Oh, you're a person.
Don't try giving orders, true soul. Everyone here answers
True
directly to
soul.
Drell.
She's called the Wall? No. Her name is called Mig.
I stuck my hand in a wall.
Yeah, Gigi stuck her hand in a wall, yeah.
What did I
we-
hear?
did
I
we-
shoved my hand in a wall hole.
Did we finish everything downstairs in the prison?
I
They've got gnolls.
don't
working
know.
kitchens here.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Should we go downstairs?
We might want to. Just make sure we finished everything downstairs before we go upstairs.
Okay, because like, listen,
Things
lot of
happened,
things-
okay? And
things
I
definitely
even made
happened.
mistakes that I didn't know were
Excuse-
gonna...
What do you mean I even made mistakes?
Oh, I'm
You
in a fight.
made a mistake.
Oh, he's right here. I can kill him. I can kill him. Easy.
That troll has some saggy honkers. Wow. You be nice to Mig. Oh shit.
Rain! Oh my gosh, it's a rain raid.
Rain raid. Oh wait.
Pink supremacy! Hi Hannah, hi Rain. Welcome
my
in
gosh.
everybody. Let me do raid
Hi,
stuff. I'll be back in a
friends.
minute.
Do the raid stuff. Okay,
Thanks.
bye.
Okay, bye. Hi friends, welcome in. Rain, if you need to raid and run, and if you need to do any post-stream care, if anybody needs to do any post-stream care, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, hello, hi raiders, welcome in, fellow pink friends. If you do not know who I am, my name is Krista or Pinksel, but most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want, which includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival, Souls-likes, and everything in between, including games like these and other things. If you've never been here before for a raid, I have a really quick video that I like to show just to kind of see if this is a place for you. If you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I am currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 with my bestie, Giant Geyser, aka Gigi. It is my 20-something playthrough, and it is her first playthrough, so keep spoilers in chat to a minimum, please, if possible. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy this video, and I'll see you on the other side. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life.
Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Okay, have fun, bye!
It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo poo-poo.
I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run, get the bees!
Oh
It's like hot dogs. What is happening?
I keep finding these boners.
You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. Where are the Vajujans?
I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you.
He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
Blinded by the light.
Let's do that. I didn't realize I was deafened. Thank you so much for the raid, Rain. How was your stream? Did you play? I didn't even look. Did you play more Silk Song today? I imagine you did. Yeah? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. How was Silk Song? I bought Hollow Knight. I bought Hollow Knight on the winter sale for like $7. So I can be frustrated. So I can be frustrated. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I don't know if I'll play it on stream because it might be one of those ones that I feel like I'm gonna get backseated too much and it's gonna piss me off. But I also kind of want to play it on stream because like I want my friends who play it to help me if I get stuck. So I haven't decided yet. But yeah, I'm gonna unmute because I am playing with somebody. But yeah, this is my bajillionth playthrough of Baldur's Gate. But it is Gigi's first playthrough of Baldur's Gate, so if you don't mind keeping spoilers, even things that like could have been, if you don't mind keeping spoilers to a, when I say minimum, I mean none. No spoilers, just for Gigi's sake. But yeah, I'm gonna undeafen and get back in with her because I am in a fight and she is chatting. So yeah. Hello. Hello. Who are you talking to?
This lady, she wants my blood.
Oh, yeah. No, she's the one. She's the one who wants one of the Astarian's blood too.
I thought I recognized her.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in a fight. It's going wonderfully. Everything's fine.
Why are you in a fight? What did you do?
I went downstairs because I thought we were gonna go downstairs together as a family, and there was a man.
I went down a stairs. But
I know,
went down
it's
the
fine.
wrong
There
stairs.
was a man. There was a man.
A
A man. Oh, I know. So it's. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay, I'm okay. Hold on.
Oh, okay. It might not be fine.
Okay, I'm not. Is this keep your gold? I want to see what the cult does to non-believers.
Silksong's the only thing I'm really streaming right now, but Hollow Knight is pretty backseated community. But if you put your foot down, just fucking ban on site. I feel like they learn. Silksong has been very tame. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm like, ugh. I want to because like when I want help, but I also like don't want fucking people coming in like, do this, put this relic on, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, like shut up.
I didn't have too much of an issue when I played Hollow Knight, honestly. I think I made it pretty clear with the no backseating.
Yeah, I don't know. I still get people.
And I have people. Well, yeah, there's always gonna be people, but you just get fucking
like I
rid of them.
literally.
But then
somebody came in my Kingdom Come stream. The only thing they said was, "Don't walk around the town in stolen items." Then because I didn't realize that one of my items was a stolen item, and I walked out and the guards got me. And I was just like, like no shit, like I know, shut up.
Shut up.
I know, shut up.
But yeah, I mean it. Like I still had people in chat like that have played the game, so if I wanted help, I could ask them. But I mean, I don't know. But also, people didn't exactly come into my stream to like watch because I was wee.
I was a wee lad.
A wee little baby streamer. People didn't really come in much, but you know, there's always have safe words. I've got safe words.
Red Dead. My plan is still to start Red Dead at the beginning of the year. Oni, I'm hoping to blast through the rest of Kingdom Come like this week.
Blast. Oh, that's right. You're in a fight. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I just have 1 HP. Now I have 16.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm fine. He
you're-
he literally
I just
has
have
one.
I just have one.
He's dead. I killed him.
Okay.
I'm using a short rest.
Some rest's better than
Okie dokie, Artichoke, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for the follow while I was in the raid screen as well.
Careful, I'm behind.
Go make a food that yeah.
Yeah, Rain. Thank you so
Artichoke.
much. Rain is another PPC contestant.
Yeah. PPC.
Another PPCer.
A PPC
A PPCPer.
PC per
A
person.
PCPer.
PCP.
She does PCP.
He does. We all do.
Wait.
PCP.
Wait.
Don't clip that.
Wait.
Wait. Hi, FBI. Excuse me, Captain
FBI,
Powell.
open up.
You know
Thank
how
you so much for the follow.
for drugs? Guess what?
FBI is like at Rain's door. Like that's why she's not answering.
There's a hole.
Yes.
There
is a hole.
in the cell,
You should go down there.
Eliza. No.
Why?
You want me to just willy-nilly jump into a hole?
Do you not want to willy-nilly jump into the hole?
Just willy-nilly? You're not answering the door to any FBI.
Yeah, don't answer the door to the FBI.
Don't do it.
No, you're really not gonna go?
Am I supposed to? Ah! Okay.
What the hell
Wait, let me unequip my torch because
What am I not answering? We were just fucking around and we were saying PPC, and then we went shit, and then we went she does PCP.
we all do PCP.
PCP. PCPC.
Me.
So then we were joking that the FBI are at your door.
on my way?
Yeah. They're coming for you.
They're coming for you, kid.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Oubliette is such a good word.
Oubliette.
Oubliette, Jaunty oubliette.
Oubliette. Oubliette. I don't know if those are the...
Oubliette. Oh shit.
Open up, you are
Open
surrounded.
up, you're surrounded. Oh no.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Womp womp.
Look, there's something on the other side. No way through from here, though.
There's a
That's what
floating
you think.
man.
A floatingman.
A floatingman.
Where'st?
In the here. Look, don't you see? The floating
Where?
man. Turn your camera around.
No.
In the water, like right against like the wall right here.
Oh, there was a column in the way. I did not see it.
Oh,
Now I see it.
yeah.
In the chasm.
In the chasm.
Chasm.
In the chasm.
The chasm. Kachasm.
Yeah, the chasm, exactly.
Yeah. Excuse me. I guess I can't stand there. I guess we got to climb up here. Right.
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 I saw a thing. Oh, there's things. Oh, there's things. Okay, there's hook shots in here. Hook claws. Hook claws. Hook claws.
What?
Hook claws. Enemies.
What?
Enemies.
Anemone.
That still stands true. I do not like when games punish my impatience. It's very rude.
What?
My quote. I do not like when games punish my impatience. I said that still stands true.
Nice. I'ma shoot it.
Astarian's not in combat, neither is Karlak, it seems.
Karlak. No, Karlak's in combat. She's in
What?
the same initiative as us.
That's insane.
That's insane. Entirely insane.
Boom.
Ah.
Just a bunch of AoE on these motherfuckers so they don't even know what to do.
Okay, I'm done. My turn. Karlak.
Karlak.
Karlak. I can't quite get to him. Aye, aye.
Oh, she has her
shit.
torch out still.
It's okay. She can use her crossbow, I guess.
Well, she doesn't want to go in there anyway.
Yeah. Oh, well, I missed. Cool. Let's be an eagle.
Roar!
He's frightened.
Roar!
Oh, rar. Rar. Rar.
Roar.
Rar. Let's try Vicious Mockery again. Nope. Use anything fancy? No.
Encrusted with frost.
Incrustation.
Encrusted with frost.
Get wrecked. Ooh, critical hit.
Oh, Karlak's in the way of that. Hold on.
Oh, do you want me to move?
Yeah. Perf.
Oh, hell yeah. Sunbeam.
Oh no!
That was a damn cool sound.
All right, you're a little upset about getting hit. I get it.
One day.
I get it. Let me mock you. Aw, dang it. I was really hoping I could mock him to death.
I kill. I do.
Okay, Karlak, could you equip your fucking weapon, please?
Hi, Bubbles! Hi, Bestie Gates.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, be mostly lurking. Otay!
A storm? Oh no.
I saw that you have Storm, but...
I hate storm.
Now's not the time.
Hello? I wasn't trying to talk to you. I was trying to loot the bodies.
Loot the bodies, loot the bodies.
Loot the bodies. Viscera. Please, cause they're dead. I have killed them. Now we'll loot them. Loot the bodies, cause they're dead. Hello?
Hello?
A cricket rock. A cricket rock.
A cricket.
Cricket. Moonrise Towers prison. Oh, we're back in the prison.
Oh, are we all icky? Oh, we're icky.
Icky ick?
We've got the ick.
I constantly have the ick, let's be real.
Wow.
I only have ick.
Yeah, this is how I ended up accidentally setting the prisoners free. Because I walked over and... Yeah, because I walked over and I was like, oh, the boat, interesting. And then I walked around and I was like, oh, a wall I can break. And then they were like, hey, we're free. And I was like, shit.
Shit.
See this wall right here.
Oh, I got distracted. Hang on. We're in the walls. I see where we are.
That's how that happened.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for hanging out through the ad. I appreciate it. Sorry about it, honestly.
Oh my god, there's so many treasures hidden.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Need to unlock anything?
No, it's a buried one.
It's a buried treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's the wall. I see what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. 'Twas an accident.
'Twas an accident. 'Twas an accident.
'Twas an
Paul
accident,
McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
The Beatles. Paul McCartney.
I'm Ringo.
I'm Ringo. stupid.
It's so dumb, God. I think we did do everything, but I'm just checking all of the chests. Clearly we didn't get all the buried chests, so.
For all this rotten food. Come on, guys. What are we doing? Leaving rotten food out? I'll pick it up. Don't worry, I'll clean up for you guys. I'll put it into my compost. Compost.
That's what we're calling it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna stand on the crate instead of like, ooh, a spear.
Oh, it looks like we did get everything. Hold on.
We did a lot of looting after we murdered.
We did. Oh, this lady's not looted. What has she got?
Looted?
Oh my God, she's got a key. What would
key?
we do without this key?
Add it to all the rest of our keys that apparently.
Oh my gosh.
Purposes of all these keys that we keep picking up because we don't ever use them for anything.
Well, it's because you pickpocket or you lockpick instead of using the
These are right.
keys.
Right. You're not even looting these piles of bones.
Wait,
There's so
you're
many
looting the bones?
Yeah, they got shit in them.
I mean, I know, but... Wait, how do I have a pouch
That's money.
in my inventory that was not looted?
And this bucket, it's just sitting here. Can't even believe it.
I can't believe this.
Honestly, disappointing.
I have a bunch of arrows for y'all. Trade.
Rose, thank
Arrows.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Gremlins loot the everything. Okay, wow, that's accurate. Don't take from the dead or they'll haunt you. Listen, they don't need those bones.
They're not using them anymore.
They're literally dead. Literally dead.
Literally.
They can't even use them anymore. Like, literally.
Why do I have so many shovels?
Oops, that's the door. That's not what I wanted to do. Hello.
Oh, hi. Yeah, so I think we actually did get everything. Like, I was checking just to make sure that we got everything, but yeah. That lady wasn't looted, but other than that.
A spear, yeah. You can carry that. I'm gonna send a bunch of shit. Oh, you
I can use more friends hanging around. You know what, Grace? Fair.
Oh, for the
Being haunted.
Yeah. Send to camp. Oh, here's a. Let me send this to you, Agnes. I got a spell.
What is it? I want to learn it. Scroll of
It's
greater invisibility.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're welcome. Don't say I never did anything for you.
Greater invisibility.
Greater invisibility. All right. Wait, where are you? Oh, you went upstairs.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to be here. I think we can
just vacate.
Yeah,
premises.
we can just go back upstairs, like the place.
Upstairs.
Correct. Oh, what's this doing?
What's all this then?
I see you. Hello.
Hi.
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 I don't know why you said it like that.
I don't know.
Hi, Huey. How are you? Welcome in. I don't know.
Honestly, why do I ever do anything? For the lulz.
It's always for the content.
For for the
Everything we
con.
do is for you, guys.
Solely everything I do it for you.
Exactly. Exactly. But the you being chat.
But what's over here though? Did we go in here?
Where?
These other rooms. Oh, I closed the door. These other rooms down here. Looks like they were torturing people.
Torture rooms.
I talk to you, Questioner Jason.
Plan
Questioner
one foot
Jason.
in front of the other. Head forward, back straight. Make them
Jason.
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 Jason Derulo. The number of times that I was getting.
Wait, are you both named Jason? I know that horseman's name is Jason, but are you also named Jason, Huey?
Jason.
Jason Derulo. Oh my gosh, we have so many. And Envoy is also Jason. That's
Oh my
so
God!
funny.
An embarrassment of Jasons.
There's too many Jasons.
Too many Jasons. Too many Jasons.
Isn't that song? Don't Go Jason Waterfalls? Isn't that what that's about?
Don't go Jason, my heart.
You couldn't if I tried.
Scroll a whole person for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's funny. Huey's your middle name? Well, I mean, I guess, like, I don't normally
Dangerous.
assume people just have their names as their screen names, but sometimes people do. I love the ones that have their first and last name as their usernames, and I'm just like, bro, this is Twitch.
Heavy oak doors. What's this then?
They're
What
like,
is this-
my name is
this-
Paul Jacob Smith, and I'm a streamer. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure.
Ooh, an orange. A potato. 4 potatoes.
Potatoes.
Boil them as well.
Stick 'em in a stew.
Ooh.
Wow.
What's through these doors?
You should go
There's a quest there. There's a quest in it.
Is there?
What's up? You
Oi,
know, just
Andy.
absolutely losing our shit constantly.
Oi, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
We've never lost our
I
shit. I
didn't-
don't.
I've been setting up. Oh, it's the docks. I've been setting up my potato.
Look up their LinkedIn profiles.
I'm sorry, but you're only allowed to be in our chats if
If your name is Jason. One of your names needs to be Jason, and if it's not, you need to make it Jason.
A secret qualifier this whole time. Who's this man?
I'm afraid you missed the ship, Trusso.
I'm afraid.
Afraid you missed the ships through so
Trussel. Today, Trussel.
The army marches overland, but we sent some friends ahead to smooth the way.
Oh no, the echolalia is strong today.
Oh gosh.
He said it. He said the thing. I missed it.
Locals need to see her truth.
Oh,
Take their
anyway,
place
what
in
I've been
hard
saying,
design.
what I've been trying to say
Or
this
they
whole
don't,
time
and we send them to meet the
is
old gods
I
they
have
cling to.
been setting up my bullet journal
Doesn't
for
matter
next
much
year,
either
and I've
way.
got all of these like
Good story in
pixel
the
pages
background.
at the beginning where I color in a square for each day. And at the top, I've got just like the letters for the months. And I don't know if you know this, but when you write out all the months with just
This
one
is
letter,
Jason.
right in the middle is Jason Derulo.
Mhm.
So every time I write it, I'm like, Jason,
Mhm.
Jason Derulo. There you go. That's
Nothing of note.
it.
Just supplies for the battle ahead.
Nothing of note.
I've already checked.
Jason J. Horseman?
The symbol glows.
Is your middle name Jason too? Jason
Jason Horseman?
Authority.
I knew it.
That's insane.
That's crazy. Authority.
Well, Huey told us that Huey's his middle name, so it's Jason Huey.
I have no idea what's going on in this conversation.
You can look back on it, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Truthful.
This is why you don't know what's going on in the conversation.
Hi, driver.
Hi, driver.
Hi, driver.
Jason driver.
Jason driver. Driver, is your name Jason?
It's not. We know driver's name isn't Jason.
We know
Is your middle name Jason?
It's almost Jason.
Oh my gosh.
What we doing? Okay, focus. Read the words on the screen, GG.
Well, it is now, driver.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Right. Okay. Yep. Close. The cargo's important. Look.
Jason Derulo, Horseman the Fourth.
to Jason
Derulo, Horseman the Fourth.
You know, I'm out of cider. This is just pure tiredness. Imagine if Jason Derulo's name wasn't actually Jason. Oh my god. What do I want to do? Persuade. There we go. Did he say Jason Derulo?
He probably said it so many times during his own concert.
Just little 30. Wee little 30 there.
Yep, and then we're not gonna get any good rolls the rest of the stream.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna do fine. How dare you?
How dare I?
Can I steal all this shit?
He was like 30 minutes late. Oh, I so don't doubt that.
Can I take all the shit from the cargo now?
I mean, some of it is not marked as stealing.
Oh, you did it.
Well, so it is then.
Sick familiarity radiates.
Ooh.
Well, so it is then. What's it?
Oh, I don't know.
Sleeping and scarcely aware, but echoing yours.
Oh, ew. I don't like that.
There's so many.
Can we have them?
For an army of mindless slaves.
Tadpole to tadpole. I just. Did you add any bonuses?
Tip to tip. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A pattern of blank minds, newly born. They carry only a bare shred of memory, inherited from something older.
I'm a bare shred of memory.
The birth and destruction of a settlement above, forming only background noise to the dream, until something descended down into the darkness, and the dreamer awoke.
Gross.
No one said docking.
Oh my gosh.
They don't know what they are. Not yet.
Karlak, and what are you doing?
Karlak is just jamming.
Karlak!
Like,
She's all up in his shit.
What are we doing with this now?
I want this.
Placid.
Yeah.
Can I, like, have it?
Of the Centarim. It seems their pursuit of profit extends even here.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about, Oni. We only have good rolls in this stream.
Oh, okay. Well, a choice was made.
Okay. Well, I guess we're fighting now. And you say that I make bad choices.
I just wanted the tadpole, which is also dead now, that's bullshit. Why are they dead?
Okay.
The game can't tell me that there's fucking tadpoles that I could be using in my brain inside this barrel and then not give me an option to open the said barrel.
the said barrel?
I said to open said barrel.
I know.
Astarian circlet, thank you.
Wow, okay. You can't use Hunger of Kadar on us. That's our thing. Carla can do whatever she wants, especially you. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend? How dare you? Beep 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 beep. I like
I
a
guess I
choice
can't
was
do
made.
I just like was like, I want this, and you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Ow.
How did it go from 2 people to 4 people?
They appeared out of the places. Here, drop your shit again. Oh, he's not. He doesn't have a weapon in his main hand. All right, well, I'm gonna throw some pocket sand in your face, bitch. I missed. Oh. He moved.
How did they both miss, but they still did the fucking
Okay, well, I guess
physical damage to him? Give me extra powers. I mean, it might.
Ooh, level up. Who's still fighting?
There's the guys on the other side of this Hunger of Hadar. This guy who's concentrating on it, and like they can't even go through here like idiots.
Are they? Oh, they're all the way over here.
Yeah, they can't even get through their own hunger. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Suppose
I can go around this way.
I can misty step onto the other side of it.
Straight on through to the other side.
Other side.
Other side. What up, fuckers?
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Oh, he coming.
And back into the shit. That's funny.
A parasite brimming with magic.
Hoomst.
Take it.
This is what got us into this mess, bitch.
I mean, I'll go grab it. Okay, great. I'm gonna... Let's see, can I dash? Maybe bonus action... Ooh, I can Misty Step. You're okay with sharing? Oh my gosh. Where are the men? Is there only the one
No,
man?
there's 2, and they're on the other side of the Hunger of Hadar.
Okay, I see. I could see the one, but I couldn't see the one that was right up in your business.
Yeah, the one who thunderous smited me.
Who smooted?
Smitted me.
Okay, great. That's all she wrote. Please don't hurt me. Can I reach this man from here? Potentially.
Oh.
Potentially. Okay. Thanks. Zubat, you a bitch. Everyone Misty Steps. You cast Missy Step.
A
You
miss
cast-
and a critical miss, because fuck me, that's why.
Oh my god. Guardian of Faith, really?
My Christmas was alright. How was yours?
Don't. Ow. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this, man. Okay, hold on. Let me run up here. Is he concentrating on it?
This guy is the one that's concentrating on the hunger.
Yeah. Really? Well, I did my best. We love a peeps visit. Bleh. Nice.
Okay, now. Oh, shit.
Crimus. Oop.
It's okay. That's not really okay.
Holy shit! We're about to be dead. Karlak was good. He fucked her up.
Let's go.
Oh, thanks. Superior
Yerp.
healing? Shit, bro.
Yerp.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh. Okay, well, I can't. Ow!
Okay, well, he's gone, so that's one less.
Okay. Shit, bro.
You can get yourself up before you die.
Yeah. No, I can't. I can't throw anything. Because standing up was my action.
Oh.
So. I'll just shoot. I can't. I have no action. Right. Well, let me do this. And that's it. I should have done that earlier, apparently.
Good job, Spectre. You're doing great.
I didn't think this was gonna be a thing. Okay, that one.
Okay.
Don't.
I need your help.
Don't. Okay, well, good. Okay. Let me throw. Hold on. Let me give her a potion to throw.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I'll do greater healing. 1, 2, Karlak.
Everything's
Rogue
great.
Fine. Just hit me. Amazing. Okay, we're up. We're doing great. Bonus action. Let me heal myself.
Yay!
Hey, we're not as close to dying.
No, we got this. He's got like 28 or something left. 27 left.
Yeah. Let me viciously mock you. Oh, it didn't work. Okay. Cool. So basically, the Moonrise Towers is going super well.
It's going great. He's got 11 left.
Amazing. He missed, little bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot you with an arrow.
He had death ward, so now he can just use one more hit.
Oh, we mock you to death.
Oh
Aw, dang
my
it.
god.
I just want him to want someone. I
The
want
one time.
Critical hit, entirely unnecessary, but sure, Karlak. Ugh. Okay, so I guess we can loot all these crates now. Oh, I'm encumbered.
Oh, I didn't want to level. Hold on. No. No, we're not leveling right now. Chill.
Does any... Oh, Karlak has a Revivify scroll.
I'm on it. I got it already. I'm working on it.
You got it already? Okay.
Yeah.
How do people do this all day?
Karlak, can you just carry all of this heavy stuff, please? That would be great.
That would be so great if you would do that for me.
It'd be amazing. Hey, my muscle
Hey,
mommy.
bestie, can you just take care of this for me?
Can you just hold this for me? That would be amazing.
Alright, now I'm gonna level up though, for real.
Oh, yeah. Level up. Rogue level 8. Feet! What do I want to do? Let's see. I could do... If I do an ability score improvement, I could increase my dex to 20. That would help a lot. Or I could increase my con and get myself 8 more hit points. Or what kind of feats do we have? Weapon Master.
I've never used this spell before, but I've seen a lot of people use this in fights, which it's just like, it's funny. But I don't know if I want to waste this, like a spell slot on it.
What spell?
Arcane Lock.
Mm.
So like I've seen people like go into rooms and like lock the door behind them and then use Arcane Lock on it so they can't come in and like, you just like steal everything.
You have 2 feats? Wow.
Feet.
I'm not bragging. Feet. Mage Slayer could be fun. Although that would be better for Karlak, honestly. Alert could be good. Get a bonus to initiative. I already go first. Anyway, we love Driver. Are you admitting something right now? Are you putting this out into the internet? Ooh, Dungeon Delver might be good too. Advantage on perception checks made to detect hidden objects and saving throws made to avoid or resist traps because we do because we tend to miss some checks sometimes.
No.
On the internet for free? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, guys, come on. Don't be gross.
Gross. What do you think? Do you think if I do advantage on perception checks to detect hidden objects, would that be useful?
Probably.
Probably. I might do that. Dungeon Delver. Resist traps. And resistance on damage dealt by... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It'd be whatever. Gross. No, thank you. Okay. All right, Karlak. What we get?
Karlak.
Landstrike difficult terrain. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Change bestial fart. Eagle's been working out pretty well.
I don't get it either. Feed is not. It doesn't do it for me.
Listen, you know, people are gonna like what they're gonna like, and I'm not gonna judge anybody. It ain't for me. It ain't for me.
Let's move.
Moving on. How about the Broncos, right? How about those Broncos? Fucking #1 in the West, baby! Now we just need the AFC. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with Eagle. I need to remember that I have those things though. I'm gonna give Karlak Mage Slayer. Or she's already got tough. I'm not gonna do that then. Resilient. Ooh, actually. No, I'm gonna do ability score improvement for Karlak, and I'm gonna level up her con and her strength. Sporp. Football touchdown. Strength. Constitution. Because that's going to put her hit points, at over 100. Those are all sports things. You're doing so good, you guys. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I think I want to keep that one. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good. These Pokemon don't like you? What did you do to them to make them not like you?
Watch your back.
Did my hit points not go up? They should have.
We probably have to race.
Who are you proud of?
Certainly.
For what? Huh? Did these already get looted?
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Why is this guy already goop?
Oh, I'm encumbered.
Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna go to camp to get ready to sleep.
Yeah. I'm just looting.
Proud of who? Ew. Jambalaya sounds actually really good.
Jambalia?
Jambalia?
Jambalayage? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to camp too. Let me empty my inventory. I've got a little bit too much of it. You're proud of all of you. Ew.
Why?
Gross. In your state, oh, okay. Are you trying to say that people can't make jambalaya? Jambalia?
Jambalia?
Jambalayage? Get real Cajun food. Wow. Just judging everybody. Oh, let me make sure I get this leg put away. I stole a leg.
A whole leg?
A whole leg!
Girl, you cray. Girl.
Are we talking about balls right now?
Baldi's Gates?
Baldi's Gates, am I right?
Does anyone need to talk? No. No one ever wants to fucking talk to me. God.
Ah, I'm not done.
Oh. Why?
I have shit in my inventory.
Why?
Why? Because
Yes.
I always have shit in my inventory.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. I'm just trying. I'm doing my best to make sure that we have the things that we need.
Is that true?
Yes. How am I gonna know if we need the shit unless I take everything?
All right. Well, while you... Oh, no, I can't. Shit. I want to go buy some clothes dyes, but I can't while you're here.
Give me a minute, okay? I'll be right there.
I'm gonna let you guys
Fuck.
come say, wow, what makes you assume that I, like, would even, like, want to do that?
That sounds like fun.
I know, that does sound like fun. I was just trying to be a bitch, but it sounded really actually mean.
I want to come hang out. Acid. Okay, and now, hold on. I need to empty Carlax's inventory. Darlings is only 1 hour a what? A what?
A what?
A what? I've got a mace and I've got a hammer.
Private word would be nice.
Pink Stream IRL meetup tickets, $150.
I'm all
Oh
pointy
no.
ears, my love.
Is it happening? Is it time?
I don't know. But isn't it nice not to know?
What would the
You're not a
150
victim,
get you?
Not a target. Not just one night it's better to forget. But then, whatever in the world could you be?
Wait, Hackman doesn't let me go back to
You're
the conversation.
beautiful.
I know, thank you.
I know. Oh my god, thanks. Oh my god. 150 in this economy? Are you trying to say that that's too much or that's not enough with inflation? 'Cause we can always
So,
adjust the price. with
To answer your
inflation.
question, what do you get for 150? You get a crisp high five from across the table.
Crisp. Crisp.
Like it's definitely gonna make a noise for sure. It's gonna make a good noise across the
Oh my
table.
god, I give such good high fives, bro.
Just saying.
My my friend and I, my ex.
Well, if she pays for the experience, I have to give her the experience. But if she pays for the VIP experience, then I'll give her a hug. No,
Yeah.
no cameras. That's
Wow.
extra.
That's 150 extra.
Mm.
Okay, I'm ready now. Sorry.
Okay. I was just making it nighttime. You could have still done all that. I just wanted to make it night.
No, I was in the middle of doing shit. Where's my girl?
can't slow down.
Harlack, where are you? Let me see if she is any shit.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
You saw the extent of Flo's friendship. She'll lend you a hand, long as she can crush your spirit while she's at it.
Sounds like me. I
knew
love
never
crushing
to let
people's
my guard
spirits.
down around her. She always made me
Spirit
laugh,
crusher.
even when I least wanted to. If she'd been completely different from who she was, we might have been real friends.
I like that. If she was completely different.
You'd want to meet everyone from chat?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing worth reading.
That could be cool.
Cambion manipulation
Could be
at
fun.
its most obvious.
Cambion manipulation.
Thank
Me
the
for
gods.
one.
And I do, every day.
Thank the gods.
I thank the gods. I thank the dogs.
I thank them. I thank the. Oh, what's happening over here? Oh, Gale. Gale's mirror
jeez.
image. Where'd you go?
I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
Where you at? On behalf of Gale, he's a magic man. Of course we know he's a magic man.
Gladly.
Very well.
Simply follow
Okay.
yonder path, and soon you will find him.
It's not me.
It's me. Wait, no, I need to follow yonder path. Why are you telling me to long rest? I didn't select long rest.
No, you did when you agreed to go off with Gale in the woods.
Or okay. Ask him where the magic happens. What is this? An episode of Cribs? This is where the magic happens.
This is where the fun begins.
Did I not? Oh, I have to. Sorry, I don't usually do it. Hello?
I want to see. It's Privet! It's Privet! It's Privet!
Privet? Why is it Privet?
It's Privet! Ah!
How do I sit? Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. Hey, girl. Hey. I haven't even been talking to you. Why are we flirting? A nice booty shot.
I love this time of
I mean,
night.
I'll flirt. I'll flirt and kiss.
There's
It doesn't have to mean
reverent
anything.
silence that accompanies the peak of darkness. When you'd almost
Why are you looking at me like that?
the dawn will never break.
You seem especially philosophical. You okay? Yite.
Eternity. The timelessness of
Get it,
lovers.
Gigi?
That most beautiful of fantasies. I will be. Soon. I am perhaps just one hard day away from being without any troubles at all.
Because of dead?
This may be
Like my
last
face.
night alive.
But?
I wanted it to be
Why?
under a canopy of
Why are you dying?
beauty and wonder.
Tomorrow?
I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
Might be wanting to get some. Yeah, there's a fucking picnic blanket and he made Starry's special fucking Aurora whatever. I don't fucking know. Is this what you want?
Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. Mistra's forgiveness is not. If you knew the end was near, would you not want to ensure it had meaning?
Better fuck one last time. Oh my god.
It doesn't have to lead to fucking, guys. Like,
I will not claim otherwise.
I've gotten this scene a dozen
My
times
face
too.
could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it.
You're
There is
gonna
no
give
point
the
in
I'm going
running
off to
from the
war speak.
inevitable.
Isn't that what's happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
Better to meet it
That's literally what's happening.
on my own terms.
For no reason.
Mm-mm.
Let's see. Speak for yourself, driver. Maybe I'll just give you a BFF bracelet.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's
I've
exactly what I
never
want.
experienced anybody's sex scene other than when I've been playing co-ops with people. So like I've never experienced any other sex scenes other than Astarion, but I've seen Mintharas, I've seen Lazels, I've seen Shadowhearts. I've seen Gales on the internet. I've never seen it in a playthrough yet.
In person,
And
peeking through the bushes.
I'm just praying for the day that it happens and I can experience it in an actual
Accidentally.
playthrough.
I can
We
feel
haven't even
it.
found it yet.
Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land,
Yeah, I've never watched
closer we
Gale
get,
fuck before.
the heavier my own heart becomes.
Oh my god.
Stay with me a while, will you? Day will come all too soon, even in this place.
Sure, we can hang. I'd rather. Oh my god. Good lord. That's such a mean thing to say. Sure. We can hang.
You hooked up with Lae'zel? Yeah, she's the fastest. You can have sex with her in 10 minutes.
Jesus.
Your words are those of a dear friend.
She'll fuck you right away. She
or
don't
lover
care.
even.
And she'll fuck you mad times too.
But this is
Like
no time
anytime
for
that like
illusions.
you like go to camp, she's like, "Are you
Fate
ready?"
threw us together. A mutual
You wanna
survival
fuck?
kept us
She's
together.
crazy. I remember I did a
bonds will
playthrough
soon
with
break.
Astro and he was romancing her. And every
You
like
were a
2 or 3
worthy
times we'd be in
ally
camp, he's like,
who
"Hold
could
on, sorry,
become much
Lae'zel needs to
more in
fuck
other
me."
circumstances.
Hold on.
Hold on a second,
Divine
sorry.
together. We will leave the world a
Excuse
better
my
place than
girlfriend
it is tonight.
needs it right now. Whose face is so RBF? Lae'zel?
No, yours.
Mine?
Yeah.
I don't know how it happens. I don't mean to, but I always make characters with like the most resting bitch face possible. I don't know how it happens. It might just be me. Is it me? Hold on, I'm coming. I'm drowning. I'm dying. Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, somebody's got Gale. What do you want? No, it's not Gale. It is Gale. What do you want?
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this.
Do you mean
melancholy
last night?
You mean literally 2 hours ago? Go on.
I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark
Yeah,
place,
you caught the butt.
but you reminded me
Good
there
job,
is still
driver.
What about a
life in
butt?
the world.
The solo
I should
assist, it
care
looks
to
like a
look
butt
for
in a
it.
bubble.
You
Oh, drivers out here catching butts.
may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the
Wow.
near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
Yeah, friend. Anytime, buddy.
Careful. I may just take you up on that.
Okay, bye.
Okay, don't talk to me again for another 20 hours. Goodbye.
I'll look for an exclamation point. It'll be great. Okay, bye. Oh, did you leave already? Okay,
Mhm.
hold on.
Wow.
Wow.
Butts,
Wow.
butts. I love
I-
butts.
Butts. But.
It's like the Bob's Burgers song where they redo like Dumbo, but it's all butts, and it's like butts, 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 butts,
Look over
butts
here.
are beautiful, butts, 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 and it's just like all the butts, and they're like neon, like tripping out. Butts, butts, butts are beautiful, butts, butts.
Listen, I like a good butt. Ooh, a spell.
What is it? Invisibility.
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 Would you like to have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, take it from my inventory.
What? Why can't you just give it?
I'm in the middle of looting a cat hole. Is there a cat in there?
Gosh.
Is there a cat in there? Is there a cat in there?
Might be.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
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 I'm way too big.
I'm Ringo.
I'm Ringo. Oh my goodness. Did you already take it, or do you need?
I took it. I took it.
You took it.
I took it.
What's over here? Hold on just a moment. Let me loot all these crates.
Oh my gosh, we'll never get anywhere.
What are you talking? You knew what you were getting into. You know what playing
You
games
know.
was like.
You know. Yeah.
Okay, Chris Collinsworth.
Whoa. Alright, I'm going back.
That
inside.
is a reference that will be
These fuckers,
lost.
are they gonna aggro to me?
That's fine. Another spell. Would you like to know
Gust of wind.
Would you like to fart on people?
It's not that one. That's like a gaseous form or something.
No. It's a fart.
A fart. It's a gust of wind. I thought this was a good Christian Minecraft server, but I was wrong. Clearly, you were wrong.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? This has been perfectly normal and, like, nice. The whole time.
Do Christians not like bots?
Technically, they really like butts because that's a loophole. Oh, look, things to loot.
You mean a butthole?
Uh-huh. You know how Gigi's dice rolls? What are you talking about? I roll fine. What are you even talking about?
Whoa.
Why are you casting aspersions on my dice?
What do you have to offer?
What you have to offer? Exactly.
What you have to
Nikki,
offer?
You know exactly the song that I'm talking about.
Because you love Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Why am I in this? I don't need to be here. Full of butt heads.
That's because their heads are full of butts.
All you think about is butts. Where's the kitchen?
All day I think about butts.
You said I need to talk to somebody in the kitchen. Where is it?
In the kitchen.
Where is the kitchen?
In the kitchen.
But where is the kitchen?
It's one of the ones that's like on the edge of the building. So like I don't know, you know, like it's like one of the buildings that goes outside. One of the doors that goes outside leads to the kitchen. So it's like along the. So yeah, okay. So you should, if you're in the room with the blood lady, you should keep going through.
Going through.
Going through. Hold on, can I?
Like here.
Well,
now I'm outside.
Yeah, and then there should be another door, and then you go inside it, and it should be the kitchen.
Nikki. Glorious murder. Little kitty cat. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we're good. Look at this little chicken.
Look at all those chickens.
I want to boop it.
Is it His Majesty?
Cat pays you little attention, so focused is it on the hunt.
I want to take it. Where am I going? What is happening?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get to the kitchen!
Alright, hold on. I will find the kitchen.
You told me I needed to talk to somebody in the kitchen. I'm trying to get
I'm
to
going
the
to the kitchen right now. Here's the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. I'm going to the kitchen. Oh, you're in the kitchen. Here you go.
Okay, thank you. Timothy. Timothy? Why can I not talk to anybody? I might have already talked to them.
You should probably talk to the person, not the beast.
His name was Timothy!
In quotation marks.
To stir the soup, Barnabas. Forget the axe, my darling.
So? I'm not out here judging people's nicknames.
Now, how can I help you?
How can I help you? Barnabas.
I've shown Barnabas a kinder way. A kinder name is only fitting. That is the gift the Absolute gave me when I stood before her. To rewrite the lives
before
of her
her.
faithful. Make them believe there's something better.
Heartwarming. Praise her name. I thought the Absolute accepted us as all as we are. Oh shit, calling around on her bullshit.
She gathers many threads for her design, but it is still her design. And Barnabas has found his place in it. Observe. Barnabas, sweetie, come show what a good boy you are. What would you like him to do?
I don't like it. Nothing. You.
I think Barnabas struggles with civilized speech, but he's been practicing.
But
you feel her will surge outwards and envelop the creature.
double
inexorable
ads.
as the
Shit.
tide.
Shake free, Barnabas. Shake free.
We talked about this.
Would they be able to, like, control their tongues like we do? Like, they wouldn't know how to do that, right?
I don't know. I could. If I. Could be fun. I mean, this is just mean to say, but this could be fun. I'm gonna do it.
Oof, yikes.
Like a rope drawn taut beneath the blade, the connection simply snaps.
No.
Get her.
Barnabas, darling. No.
Get her.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
You should take a look. Ooh, Starion was inspired by that show.
I didn't see it. It just kind of skipped, but that's okay. I don't want to do that. I'll persuade. Because I've got a decent bonus. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I missed it by one.
Oh no.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. We've got 4 inspiration. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's better. I jinxed it.
As the symbol glows, power.
Oh, sheesh. Sheesh, Louise.
Fine. Goodbye. Can I talk to them? A little bit.
These boots have seen everything.
I like how you're crouching. Why are you hiding?
Well, because I was gonna see if I can like start stealing stuff from them, but.
These boots have seen everything.
But now they've moved, and now they're here. They're here. All right. Have we done everything on this floor?
I think so. Wait, there's a
All
door.
right. A door?
Wait, there's a door.
Then go through the door.
I don't know where it is. It's on the outside, I think. I just closed this door. That's not what I meant. Where's the door?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know either. Never mind. Don't even worry about it. Where are you? Did you go upstairs?
No, I'm just in the main foyer, courtyard, main area, main room.
Okay. God damn it.
Stop!
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to go through the door.
My gosh!
My gosh. In it.
No, you did not.
Of course I did!
Gigi, just move your mouse to the other side of the room.
I did! I was trying to click through the door! Oh my gosh. It's not my fault.
Outrageous.
The door apparently trumps all other possibilities. If there's a door, we must open or close it. Apparently.
My gosh.
My goodness. A candle. I'm gonna light it.
You can light my candle. Light
my candle.
Da, da.
Hello?
Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even
What
your
about
disciples
me?
realm?
Everyone. Keep watch and ensure that nobody passes. Excellent
What if I
timing,
murder?
true soul.
That's the whole purpose behind doors? Okay.
The goblins. Tell me how they suffered. No. Better yet. Show me.
Her
Well,
mind
we
enters
fight.
yours
We fought.
abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement.
You're
Tons
welcome.
Of psychic flame lap at the memory of the goblins dying by your hand.
Dying
Okay.
by your hand.
Underlings physically. So
No.
do I.
No, 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 no. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Sounds like being under you would be, I mean, your underling. No.
Am I
she's
implying that I want to be handled physically? I don't want to punish more. You know what? Sure, I'll just flirt with her. Maybe that'll diffuse the situation.
For a while. But I get bored of people awfully quickly. Let's see if you can hold my interest.
She parts the folds of your mind again.
Gross.
Touching your wants and hopes.
Gross.
Tasting them.
Gross.
Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Hold on. You don't have. Oh. Oh, yeah, you do. You do. I have this one, but for Astarion.
Oh, yeah. Still in the Fey realm? Yeah. That's where we're at. No. We're in the Shadow Realm, technically. Yeah,
I mean, the Shadow Cursed.
Sorry.
We're not in the Shadow Realm. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Normally I'd say rogue, but I don't have any deception. I've got +3 deception, but I've got +9 if I use persuasion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Thanks, Guidance. You're the real MVP. Oh my god. Remember when I was rolling 30 and you were like, we're using all of our good rolls now and it's gonna be bad later? And I was like, no, it's gonna be fine.
Yes, I do recall that.
Continue.
You have quite the imagination, but that's all it can ever be with you two. Imagination. The absolute offers the real.
Oh, she doesn't call. Oh, that's boring.
Your fantasies can become more real than
When you, for mine, when I did it with Astarian, she says something about like your lust for the vampire is like screaming, but like not loud enough, or something like that. Like she basically calls you out. She didn't call you out with the Karlach one.
She gave me everything I wanted.
Everything.
She basically said like, oh, it's nothing between you two.
Mm-hmm. Show me, what do you want?
To take without asking, to feel without doubting, and to kill without
That's a good shot.
In a word, freedom.
Free falling. Like, okay. There's what I want to say, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Can you hold on? Don't. Let me just like actually physically catch up with you really quick.
Sure.
Oh, I'm actually not that far away. Never mind. Continue. I thought I was in a different room than you. I'm not.
Why do you need to catch up? Are we gonna get in a fight?
No, I just want to be fucking close to you.
Aww. Also, yeah, we're gonna be in a fight.
No, we're literally not. But okay.
No, I know.
I mean, we can if you fuck this up, but like, I don't think we're going to.
I want to do this one.
I choose to serve, and I'm glad to. Your words are dangerously close to heresy, true soul.
Enough words. Time to die.
That sounds like it can, but I don't think so. But it can. Ah! Can't ambush the ambusher!
What are you talking about? I've never said that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ambush me, I ambush you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I grow tired of this die.
As you should be. And you have an opportunity to impress General Thorm. I have a mission for you.
Oh yeah, what's the mission?
There is a relic that General Thorm requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it.
Oh, sure.
The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar. But we have lost contact with him. Go there. Aid Balthazar if you can.
Do you have a lantern?
And bring the relic home.
Do you have a lantern? What if he's dead?
Death could not silence Balthazar for long. But dead or alive, he is lost. Whatever has become of him, it is the relic that matters.
What's the relic?
It is something that General Thorm desires, and that he has ordered us to retrieve.
Okay, but if I don't know what it is, how do I know if I've picked it up or not?
I know what it is.
On edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
Yeah. What's up? Oh,
What's
shit.
up? What's up?
DC 18?
DC's nuts.
Oh no. Well, let's see what happens. Okay, we're good. Shit.
I am in awe of the power the relic must hold to be of such importance. General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without it.
Well, he's not. He's gonna die. What you
And I
mean?
accompanied him. It was destroyed shortly after he left Moonrise. Hardly a surprise. We're protected here, but outside the shadows are hungry.
Have you considered chicken nuggets? You
Feed
should
the
be giving those
shadows
for-
chicken nuggets. That's probably the answer.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone's considered the chicky nuggy strategy, but we should really be like trying to get on the chicky nuggy market.
Okay.
with those. Yeah.
We need to open the first chicky nuggy chain in Baldur's Gate.
Oh my god, let's get Raising Cane's out here. Should be giving more
Fine.
support.
Talk to the Bugbear Quartermaster. Tell him he's to share my secret stash with you.
Hell yeah. Okay, bye.
The shadows around the mausoleum are deep and hungry.
I consider
You'll need
chicken
a
nuggies
Moonlantern
often,
to survive
as
them.
you should.
Take one from Balthazar's
Consider the
chambers,
nugs.
but don't pry. The last person who snooped into his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot.
Gross.
Ew, he pees on people's heads.
Yeah. Okay, bye, Gloric.
It is not your time yet, Blessed One. The rooftop
I
chapel
also
is
consider
reserved
Dino
for you.
May
I
I
have so many
counterpoint
dino
with
nuggies.
dino
Except
nuggies?
for those he chooses to ascend.
This must be the place. We have to get inside.
Go get night ready for bed eating. Okay, Grace, thanks for hanging.
Good night, Grace.
You got cheeky strips and they were very good. Nice. I got
You made the
distracted.
chickens strip? That's crazy.
Wow. Save for those he chooses to ascend. Let me pass. And how is one chosen?
You are already changed, true soul.
Gnorp.
Gnorp.
Oh, thanks, Andy.
But above, you will stand in her very presence. Such an honor requires more. Disciples Rel has given you a chance
Ah, shit.
to earn that honor.
Okay, good night.
Reach out for her. Tadpole.
Reach out and touch her. I'm just putting everything up to chance today, apparently. Just never happened.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Perfect.
Tadpole grasps at nothing.
Oh,
She
that was helpful.
carries no parasite.
I can't believe you used an inspiration on that.
Reading people not to see
We
what's
had
behind
4.
her eyes.
Did we?
Scorn.
Yes.
stark Behind her
Oh, we got
masked
another one after you
deference.
used that one?
Yeah.
Oh.
As you
Yeah, I
see,
got one
true
from
soul,
other shit.
there is so much more for you to learn.
Well, let me in.
I have my duties, true soul.
Can smack me and I'd thank her.
Given you yours.
She's kind of cute.
She's very pretty. God bless America. What if I just do it?
God bless America. That I love.
Ugh, fine. Oh, you don't want me stealing from you, Disciples Rel? Is that what you're saying right now?
Listen, if it's not red, it's not steel.
Alright, Balthazar's room key. There's a lot of blood in here.
Just a bit.
I'm concerned. For the sole purpose of collecting moon lanterns. Hell yeah. I need a moon lantern.
A smoon lantern.
A schmoon lantern.
Baldur, I barely even know her. Hi, Mark. How are you, friend?
Hello.
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 Hey,
Oh wait, don't.
No. Close this.
Why did I?
What's that?
What's that? What's all that?
Oh my god, what'd you do? Oh, hi!
I did a right click, a left click instead of a right click, so I didn't disarm the trap.
I see. So what you're saying is you've killed us.
Yeah, probably.
Wow. So what you're saying is this is all your fault.
Don't mind if I do.
Even better, easier to bounce after. Oh, if you barely know her, so you can just leave. It's just a wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Goodness.
I get it. Oh, who set off poison?
Okay, listen.
Oh no, we're dying. Oh no, we're dying. Oh no, fix it. Fix it! Fix it!
I don't know how!
Fix it! We're dying! Help!
Everything's fine. So, listen.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll save.
Let's crack it open.
So listen.
Oh my god, what is why again, Gigi? Why again?
What to do?
Why again?
So listen. It's fine. It doesn't do any damage.
It does!
No, it doesn't. We're all at full health.
Oh my gosh. Damage is my soul, okay?
I don't know what you're even talking about right now. Oh boy. Everything's fine. What if I touch these books? Do you think anything bad will happen?
One day I'll catch a break.
I'm just gonna keep touching things.
Please don't.
Why?
Please
Everything's
don't. Please
everything's
stop.
fine. Nothing bad has happened. Thought you liked first time playthroughs? Yeah.
I do, but like poison bad. Don't poison twice.
I didn't. I touched something different.
I know.
Seems simple enough.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
I told you. I showed you where it was.
I wasn't paying attention. Moonlantern. Thanks. Oh. What did you do?
Hold on, but that's literally what it said. Hold on. I read. Solid drainage with a conventional. It's wasteful lot of blood. Slime is the same. Disregard the smell gives me sweet dreams. Okay, so that's not it. So what do we do then? This one?
Hey, that's what I touched. Are you gonna touch it and fill the room with poison?
No, I made the things go off. The trap go off.
Yeah, that's what I did first, and that's why we started fighting these guys.
But I read the thing. That's why I'm confused. Like, I actually read the journal. Balthazar,
Gurnal.
so do you have any of his notes in your inventory? Did you pick his notes up?
Shipment orders. No. I have a cutting board.
Because it's not letting me interact with this thing. Which you should be able to interact with. That's gonna set the poison off, right? Yes, okay. So then which the fuck? There it is. Okay.
What?
Oh, do you want to figure this out? Hold on.
What do we put in here? Is it the lantern?
No. So something somewhere should be telling us what to put in there. And I can't. I personally didn't find the piece of paper that tells you what to do.
Shipment orders. I don't have any papers.
Okay, so there's something somewhere will tell you what it is that you have to do, or I can just tell you what to put in there, but I don't know where the fuck it is and how we missed it.
What's in here? I've got bones. Is it in this cauldron? No. Oh, I read this. Maybe I need to read this journal again.
Maybe. But it'll tell you. There's nothing else. None of these other books. I just want to make sure.
Library is not to be tampered with. Calm down.
Balthazar personal notes. Hold on. Maybe over this one.
What? Where?
There's another book on this desk over here. Hold on. Nope. That is talking about something else. Charred prayer book. Oh, my burrito bowl is here.
Ooh, burrito bowl. We need more booby traps. Booby straps.
All right, I'll be right back. So if you can't figure it out by the time I get back, I'll help you.
Okay. Let's see if we can find this piece of paper. Everybody do the cabbage patch. Do the cabbage patch. Everybody do the cabbage patch. We'll take this. Maybe I need the blood blank bottle. I stole a bottle. Maybe that's what I need. I'm gonna try that. I was gonna brute force it. Did I send it to camp? I might have. What do we have? What can I put in there? Sensors, alemblix. Take this wooden bowl.
Okay. Did you figure it out?
No.
Okay. Let me double check again. Let me read again. Last book.
I did just send a bunch of stuff to camp. Maybe I accidentally sent what we needed for camp.
I have one of what we need in my inventory. So that's not what I just don't want to do it for you.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I just cannot for the life of me fucking remember where the clue is that tells you how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in the dialogue history by any chance? Like,
maybe. Balthazar.
the last person who snooped in his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot. Is there something to do with that? Like, I feel like it was over here in all this gunk.
Books. Oh.
Those play games are fake? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Those played game hours? Oh my god.
Listen, I remember the answer. Okay, I just don't know how I just don't remember how I got there before. I thought it was in a journal. I thought he says something about what you have to do in a journal, but like clearly. All right, let me look in your inventory again.
Yeah, check my inventory.
Search orders. Let's scroll.
I mean, I sent a bunch of books that weren't marked as quest items to camp.
It could be. But were they ones you got in this room?
No idea. I'll be right back.
I don't want to like just give it away.
No, it's fine. I'm running to camp real quick.
Just anything that's Balthazar's, I would, if it says like Balthazar's journal or anything like that.
Leadership of the Zentarum.
I just saw sort of unopened plastic.
Deed of ownership, wrinkled note. Yearning for the moon. Hand-drawn map. Nope. Letter. Another map. I don't see anything that says I once again yearn for the moon. Don't we all?
Alright, hold on.
Note to self? Nope. Cutting board? Sulfurous note? Okay, what do we have? What's that note?
So there is a note. And it should say, I'm just going to read what the note says to you since we can't find the note, okay?
Sounds good.
A heart is better than a poisoned mind.
Oh, it says that in the fucking Acolyte's journal. I'm just an idiot. I've got a heart right here.
Okay, so go put your heart on the altar.
Yeah.
On the altar.
Did you have a nice Christmas? Hello?
Grimbus.
Go back. Merry Christmas. Happy Chrysler. Merry Crisis.
Crimbus.
Crambus.
Oh, Crimbus Treb. Oh, Crimbus Treb.
How many are your Crimbim?
Crimbims.
You got inspired.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Would you like to move? Like I was clicking and nothing was happening.
Can you open this, please?
Yeah.
Open that, please.
Was experimenting on the
I think my robe is in here.
Your robe?
With Nethery's magic. So where did that magic come from?
Yachty. I need some snacks. Colbrum hat.
Yeah, my hat. That's what it is.
An elixir of necrotic resistance. It's in my inventory if you'd like it.
I need the hat, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't want it. So
No, I need it. It's my hat.
I know you need it. That's why I'm saying you can have it.
It's my hat. It's mine.
And you can have it.
I did. I put it on my head. My head. Hi, Zaro. I am snacking on a burrito bowl.
Sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality.
Hello.
Night Soul. Not exactly a name.
Oh, he's got his own torture chair. How cute.
Cute. Parasites.
Cute.
Whatever ungodly experiments were performed on them likely killed them.
Something
Like
won't be sitting on a shelf somewhere.
A ritual circle.
a ritual circle.
A
ritual circle.
A ritual circle. Looks like it was used in the crafting of Moonlantern.
Broken Moonlantern catches your eye. It's glowed
Your
and
eye.
snuffed out.
Okay.
Oh, you don't have any Arcana?
I have like. I usually can. I can usually roll for Arcana.
A lantern, it seems. Though no light flickers within.
Is this the Moonlantern we've heard so much about?
Oh, I don't get to have a conversation?
Dust coats the bottom of the lantern.
It's broken.
It
won't save us from a dusky evening, never mind a curse.
I don't think your Arcana is high enough, yeah.
Wow, are you saying I'm stupid?
No, I'm just saying that 20, baby.
This
Well,
is
okay.
pixie dust, used to illuminate a lamp, or left behind after a pixie's death.
No, you're just not magical enough, okay? That's all.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Get better at being magical. Get better at being magical.
Burner or wick. It was not fuel that lit
Yeah, we
this
know.
lamp.
We already discovered that. It's pixie dust. We talked about this.
I don't have any Arcana. What are you doing here? Well, I have Arcana.
I took that dead pixie. I have Arcana too.
I've been trained in the arcane arts.
I haven't been trained, but I know some shit.
Obviously
Okay.
not.
I'm not stupid.
Obviously not.
Wow.
I'm just saying. If you knew anything about anything, can you come unlock this door? We can go snooping.
Yeah.
And pooping.
Snooping, pooping. Can't keep me out. Lootin',
I hate it so much.
tootin', gloopin'. DC 30! Oh, we're fine. We're fine.
Easy.
Easy. We've got extra inspiration. Oh, there's a pupper in here. Uh-oh.
Even stripped of flesh, the warhound is formidable. spectral eyes meet
Grr.
yours as it growls a challenge.
Oh, I should have
Then
had
it hesitates,
speak with
gleaming muscles
Animals?
sampling
Question
your
mark?
scent as if in recognition.
I didn't though.
But is it animals?
Uh-oh. I didn't mean to have Karlak do this. I guess we'll try animal handling. Oh well. Probably fine.
Wow.
When in doubt, animal handling.
The hound relaxes, clearly accustomed to this show of deference within its master's chamber. It turns away and utterly ignores you, as it would any lowly foot soldier.
I like his little butt wiggling.
You like his butt?
Mm-hmm. Invasion plans for Baldur Gate. Oh no.
Oh no, these people are not good people. I'm shocked.
Shocked.
Shocked and appalled.
Doing? Where are you going, ma'am? Is there a trap?
No.
Something sneaky hidden.
Yeah, can you open this?
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, there's just people in the way.
Sorry, and move.
Add guy dance.
What if Guy doesn't want to dance? Have you ever asked him?
Well, if he doesn't want to dance, then he's no friend of mine.
Because if they don't dance, then they're no friends of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Cloak of Elemental Absorption. Was that for you?
I can,
Actually,
if you don't need it.
I don't know. I didn't look at it. I just assumed you wanted it.
Oh no, I was just telling you to open the chest.
If they're good or bad in Gigi's eyes, what do you mean? What you mean?
Anything of use?
Oh, we're killing everyone.
We're killing everyone? Okay.
We don't discriminate.
I don't mean to.
Discriminate?
Murder.
I mean...
I also don't mean to. Thank you for returning what's mine. I have no doubt all will be well once the war is won. After that, I believe our business will be concluded. Ooh, I got a thing for reading.
A thing?
Uh-huh. A chibi.
For reading 100 books?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're planning on fucking invading everywhere, bro.
They are they are gonna invade.
I'm just stealing all of her shit. Oh, the power of the artifact.
Wow.
What you mean?
Wow.
We already. What do you? Are you saying that like Pink didn't already? They're looking for the artifact. Oh no, we have that.
Don't say that
Sounds
too
like
loud.
We have that.
Okay, good. Shh.
That pile of bones had 3 gold on them.
3 gold.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah, exactly.
This looks like a ritual circle or something. Would you like bestow curse? It's a scroll.
Mm-hmm.
My so many monies. I get the feeling we don't want to go through any of these doors, right? Because those will just lead us out to where other people are.
Well, I mean, is your map not black behind this door?
Oh, it is. You're so right. I'm an idiot.
I mean, no, I'm just here to help.
I'm stupid. Double 18s, baby. Back to rolling 30s on things that don't matter as much as other things.
Because why not?
Perception failed. Oh no.
What? You failed the perception, so now we have to fight because of Gigi's failed perception? Rude.
Is there nobody else who can perceive?
Like, we're just the only ones responsible for perceiving shit. Gigi is so startled she can't even attack.
Yeah.
She's so startled by her lack of perception.
Oops. Well, get sand in your face. That went really well.
Yeah, that's great.
Something good here, I hope.
I get the feeling that she's gonna know that somebody was in her room now.
Well, we just have to not care about her feelings.
I just don't want to get yelled at. I can't handle that. Ooh, there's a hole. Should we jump into the hole?
Okay, so at the beginning of stream, you're like, I'm not jumping into holes, to like, should we jump in the hole?
Have to keep going.
It's called growth.
Character growth. Well, this one you don't have to jump into, you can just take the roots.
You can just take the roots. Yeah. Ooh. There's a book in here. I'll take that.
Might be useful.
Is there anything outside?
A throne.
Ooh.
Oh wait, there is a little way to go over here. Does this lead anywhere?
I don't know. Exploring still.
Doesn't seem like this leads anywhere. Capybara.
Yeah. Capybara.
Capybara.
Do we want to take? Oh, God damn it!
Oh my gosh, Gigi.
I'm not trying to. Okay.
This episode is the time Gigi couldn't go through doors.
I'm doing my best.
I just don't understand why today you're struggling with doors so bad.
It's not just today. It's really not.
Okay, fair.
Where are we going next?
Probably go back out the way we came.
Yeah.
So we don't get in trouble.
I'll take this carafe of water though. Carafe.
Carafe.
Carafe. Okay, bye, puppy. Oh.
Oh, I said the way we came.
That is the way we came.
No, you went through a door.
I was back in. No, I was back in the bedroom door. That's the way we came.
You opened a door with a key.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but you did. You opened a door with the key.
No, I was just right here. I'm just in the bedroom.
Oh, my dumbass character did, even though we literally clicked through the other way. Are you fucking kidding me? I was like, I'm walking over here. How? No, my bitch just opened a door. Oh, it's literally me. Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back. My fucking idiot character decided to open a door even though we were going the other way. I apologize.
I know that I usually make mistakes, but that time I didn't.
Well, no, because I literally, like, I clicked, like, this is where we came in. This is the door we came through. Click over here. But apparently my character was like, oh, but it's faster if I go through this door and then go over there.
That makes sense.
Right.
Hello, just me in the room that I was supposed to be in.
Yep, no, you're right. You're right. I said I took it back and I apologized. Your mom called. It's okay.
New York City! Are you fighting right now?
Yeah.
Why are you fighting?
Because this man was like, you can't be there. And I was like, oh, I can. Watch. And then...
Oh, you're in a room.
Yeah.
Oh, do you need me to go in there?
I'm okay for, like, the mo.
Because I just went all the way back out. I didn't realize you were fighting.
No, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
No one's gonna hear any of this. Uh-oh. I'll just...
I did it.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I didn't do it? Oh. Come on.
Are you still fighting?
It's just a stupid... It's one of those stupid scrying eyes that just decided to walk in the room at the last second. It's okay. I should hopefully be okay. Oh, no, I'm not because I critical missed. Amazing.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sheesh. I still can't believe... I was like, why did you open the door? And you're like, I literally didn't. And I'm like, no, I saw the thing come up that said that the key was used. And then I spin my camera back around and my fucking dumbass character is like, I'm going to open this door to walk around the other door that you told me to walk through.
I'm like, no, I'm here talking to the dog.
Literally, I went and I had clicked over here to like the outside of this room. And my character must have thought like, it was like, oh, it's quicker if I just go this way.
Right.
It was, and I apologized, and I owned it up, and I apologized.
Yeah, it was fine. It's fine.
Hey.
I understand. Let's go hurt someone. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, nothing to see here. We only went in the one room you told us to.
Yep, we did exactly what we were supposed to do. Can I go in this room?
I have my duties, true soul. I'm sure disciples.
Oh, sure, sir. She won't let me go in the door. What if I just open the door? What if I just click on this door?
Do it.
Tempers are rising. It's clear not everything you find is at your disposal.
Yep, they don't like me. Their attitude is -5 towards me now, so, whoops. I am fine. Everything is great.
So, we have a Moonlantern now.
Yeah.
So we can go do other stuff now.
Yeah. So let me... I guess I equip it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I have so much shit. Let me send.
But only one of us needs to equip it because the radius is pretty big, luckily.
Yeah. Hang on, I've picked up a lot of shit. I'm just gonna throw it to camp. Do we need this dead pixie?
Wow. No.
Oh, wow. Then to camp. And we'll put this. Delightful. Oh, I've got this
You can
scroll
delete it
for
later
you.
if you don't want it.
Perfect. Do we need it?
Just the way you're like, do we need this dead pixie? It was like so funny.
So now we've got this lantern. You can go to
Lantern.
Lantern. So we need to go into the shadow cursed lands. We've got all these things that we can do now.
We can do so many. I would like
So
to. I would really
many.
like to fill in this like black spot that's right next to the Moonrise Towers thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I'll just follow you. Where are you?
No, you have lantern.
I know, but
Oh,
where
I just
are
went
you?
to. I just went to Moonrise, the one that's right outside.
Oh, you just did the the
Yeah. I went like right outside.
travel place. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go literally right here and fill this shit in. So you got our lantern? Yay! Let's go. Okay, bestie, I gotta stay with you. Don't forget, everyone's gotta stay with you.
Yep. Let's loot all these things. Water. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Is there something you want to talk about, my dear?
No.
No.
Stop. Okay, where are you? You want to fill in this area here?
Yeah, I mean, like we're gonna
Yeah. I just
explore,
wasn't
so like
sure
let's
which
start.
area you were talking about.
Yeah.
That sign above. This must be a brewery. Or
This must be a brewery or a
Must be.
distillery.
Oh, this is where we can get the ledger. Hello. Do you have a ledger? I'd like to find it. Why did I... No, I was trying to open this cupboard. Is this a shadow cursed area? Like if you... Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna steal all this shit. Don't mind me. Ban list.
Oh my gosh, read it.
Following ex-customers are unwelcome. Even should they beg. Especially should they beg. Martin Doughty, human, chug and run. Adam Smythe, lascivious behavior. Also known as the pickle incident. Oh my god. Garingo Thorm, she knows what she did. Oh, is that the general? Kevin Ort, tall dwarf, exceedingly boring. Syra B, short half alpha, vomit on the waiter, purposefully. Unknown elf, pale skin, snide mouth, referring to Master Distiller as the porcine publican. Rochelle Quark, halfling, groin punching, hell yeah. Jan Von Don, suspected alias, grotesquely tall human, underpants on head. We don't want a grotesquely tall human. That's just crazy.
No, Garangoth Thorm is not the that's Ketheric Thorm. But it's the same family. But the unknown elf, pale skin, snide mouth, I'm assuming is Astarion.
That would make sense. Won't go in this room over here.
Yeah, I mean, we won't like instantly get shadow cursed, so as long as I can like get to you relatively quickly, we're fine.
Time for chat just now.
Oh, look. Gotten cheese. Oh.
He walked in front of me, I'm sorry.
You just wanted to hear him call you pretty.
Yeah, that's it.
Imagine getting banned for being boring. Listen. We might need to have a boredom threshold. Just kidding. Wine rack. I want this. Thank you. Right. Where are we going?
I mean, there's a lot of place to explore. Just go fill your map in.
Yeah. I just don't wanna. I wanna. Since you're all stuck with me. Oh.
Yeah, you went too far.
Well.
You went too far ahead of us.
I didn't mean to.
I know, but I'm trying to keep up with you. We're all here. Go ahead.
I'm exploring.
I know, but like, I went just a little bit too far.
What's your deal?
The payday gold in my pouch is clinking. Say hey for the pub. A single thought is what I'm thinking. Say hey for the pub.
You know, that's how I feel sometimes as a musician. I'm like, I don't want to sing anymore.
I doubt that.
What you mean? What you mean?
I doubt you don't want to sing anymore, ever.
The Big Book of Little Drinking Games.
Bag of holding.
Get a stone, invade it in, kill everyone there. Wow. That's definitely a drinking game. Murder. My favorite game.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all this stuff. We're gonna be drinking well at camp.
I know. Floor beer.
Love it. Alright. The visual perspective in this place is not great.
I know.
Ah, why did you go that way? Okay. Sure. Let's go over here. Where next? So let's go down this ramp, maybe?
You don't want to go
no,
to the other
there's
side
more
upstairs?
over here. Yeah. I was trying to figure out where the quest marker was, but I see that it's down now, so. Wooden trunk?
Open up.
Yeah, that's the most efficient way of getting into that trunk. That makes a lot of sense.
Up and up.
Mug of beer.
Mugga.
A mug of beer.
Mug of beer here.
Who's this man?
I don't know you.
I don't know you. You okay there, buddy? I don't think he's okay.
I don't think he's okay either.
There's nothing to take. Oh, okay. I'll take all of this. Thank you very much. Oh, this has been looted. All right. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. Hello? What you recommend? What kind of cocktails you got? Hello? Tell your story. What you serving?
Only the best. Oblivion and beyond.
Seems safe.
Cheers! Bottoms up!
Can I?
This guy looks like he had a long night. Might be best to keep him happy for now.
Can I observe it? I like how attack is always an option.
Leaning in, you can see
Yeah, sure.
how the creature's skin barely holds it together. The bulge of its belly is on the cusp of bursting wide open.
Oh,
Why are we shaming this man?
I do not want whatever's inside that guy all over me.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Might get drank. Talk as slowly as possible, please. Hold on. I'll do this. It's perfect. Sleight of hand is my bread and butter, baby.
Butter.
That's my shit.
Yeah, only when it matters, though.
Okay, calm down.
I am calm.
How dare you?
I'm completely calm.
I'm just out here doing my best. Okay. So mean.
Ugh.
What does that even mean?
There you go. Now you gotta do it again.
Talk as slowly as you possibly can. Destroy me. Okay. No. From aboard a mind flare vessel, I've witnessed the hells themselves. The elves themselves.
The elves themselves.
Yeah, let's do that. Jesus. 21? Got full inspiration. Do you mind if I use?
Sure.
Oh my god. Well, he's just gonna be bored, I guess. Sorry. Right here.
Spin a more fantastic fable. Entertain, engross, amuse me.
Amuse me. Okay. Oh no, now I have deception? Well, we're fucked. It's fine. Okay, maybe?
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Such a trick for the sake of a view. I will drink to your iron knees.
Drink to your iron knees.
You ask, you drink, then you amaze, enthuse, astound me.
Again? Do I talk to him or do I drink first? Does it matter? I'll try asking a question first.
Father Ketherick created, Father Ketherick sustained.
Father.
Bring it in, toss it down, lob it up. Father Catherick's laughter. Not joy. Not ever, never. Only
Ever never.
laughter.
Oh.
Questions done. Finished. Over.
He mad.
Drink.
Okay. Couldn't do that with the performance check, but that's fine.
Of course not.
No.
More stories.
It's very shiny.
Villains vanquished. Beasts bastard.
LOL, no.
LOL. Towering creature rose from molten lava. I felled it with great wit and might, and because it was stuck in the lava. Okay,
Ooh,
good.
okay, we got that one.
That one was a lower DC. That one was only a 16 instead of a 21. Ew.
Ew.
Ew. Ew. You should probably get that checked
That's
out.
gross.
That's disgusting. As my face would suggest, like, ugh. One drink more.
The spirit of the land. More drink.
Didn't answer my question.
Your daddy said the spirit of the land.
I know, but that didn't help.
Father is Father, eternal.
Okay.
Invincible, forever.
Forever.
No more questions. Drink.
I'll keep faking it. That's fine. What do you mean?
No. Must not. Cannot. Will not mention her. The customer is always right, but also wrong.
Whomst?
These sleight of hand rolls are literally the only thing right now.
I'm good at one thing, baby. I know you. I know I am knowing. I know you. I know I am knowing.
You want Father's personal, mysterious
secret. No.
Sent, ordered, commanded. Don't say it. Don't say it. Earthquakes. Earthquakes. Talking.
Perish. Simply perish.
Simply perish.
How you doing, buddy? I'm like, oh, nope. Ew. Ew. Oop. Okay, bye.
What's inside?
I like how you set the... Let me just fix that.
Yeah, I just gotta make it nice and clean.
Thorm hated the bard's tunes.
We got some loose planks.
I did it. Oh, it's
you
the
did?
ledger.
Oh, we needed that.
We do.
Now we can talk to the man.
Now we can bring it back to the man.
Snee. Oh, it's locked. Oh. Okay. It's no longer locked.
We're going out. We're not gonna explore the rest of
No,
the
I
world?
didn't
Oh, yeah.
realize it was... Yeah, I just didn't realize it was out. Let's go explore a little more. Some crates. Oh, really climbing up here. That makes sense.
Oh, I'm too far out. Okay. I thought I was close enough. Oh, you went up. That's why.
I didn't mean to. It decided that that was the most efficient way, apparently. Ooh, songs for sailors. Ooh, we've got chords. E minor and D. That's a interesting chord progression. I guess it's in... What key is this in? It could be in C. E minor? Maybe it's in E minor. If it's in E minor, it's fine. That wasn't... I didn't need to do a chord analysis on a random lore document. It's fine. You're an interesting chord progression. Thanks. Thanks. I think Annie was talking to me, driver. Not everything's about you. Is this outside?
Yeah, but it's just a little area out here.
A little area outside.
Yeah.
Nope, everything is about you, or nope, you're agreeing with me. Okay. Ma'am. I'll bring you the ledger in a minute. We got shit to do. Was talking to you 100%? How dare you? How dare you take this away from me? I want this mug. And this mug. Listen, we're gonna have the best table settings at camp. That's all I'm saying. Oh, it do be bouncing.
I know. And I can't fix it now, so we just leave.
A? Small little A.
Ah.
Ooh, Technically, I read what you wrote. I didn't hear nothing. Unless you're considering my mind's voice hearing you.
What's your mind's voice sound like?
Depends. Oh, there's a door. Hold on. Is it for pooping? There's a bucket. And a tub. Can I take it? No? Why can I click on it then? Carla, can you smash this wall? No. I like how you just like to go in and rearrange. Like, the feng shui of this room is terrible.
The baths just needed to be somewhere else is all.
I don't know what
This way.
my brain's voice sounds like. Oh, are we done in there? Okay. Sorry.
Go this way.
Okay.
We're looking, we're exploring, we're looking.
Yeah. I was just focused on exploring the whole building. Water.
Karlak, you're our last hope.
What's that?
Yours sounds like Mr. Krabs.
I don't think that's true.
I feel like that would get annoying after a while.
I guess mine just kind of sounds like me, but I don't really pay attention to it. It's just like a generic voice.
It's not like a narrator voice.
I mean, maybe, but I don't pay attention. My camera angles got all fucky. Okay, we're good. Is there anything even to loot over here?
There's so much loot. What
Oh
you
my god, there's
mean?
heavy oak doors.
Heavy oak doors. They're locked.
I can unlock them.
I
But what's
know.
over here first?
Well,
There's
we
clearly a
should
spot on the map. Oh, sorry. I got excited. I got excited. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, why are we going this way instead of go down?
I don't know. I was filling the map.
Oh, I guess it did kind of fill the down too.
Yeah. And there's a door up there, and there's a little floating skull. But let's go down and fill that area. I'm sorry that me leading the pack has led to so much pain and suffering.
No, it's really difficult to do in co-op. I had the same problem with Astro, and even if you just like stay with each other, it's just difficult in co-op.
Yeah.
It's not you.
An heavy chest. Oh, we decided to go the long way around. I'm sorry. It was right there. There was no reason to
it's
go all
fine,
the way
it's fine.
around.
Sometimes I just get like too slow by like turning my camera around and stuff. I wish I could just like follow you, like have like a follow option.
Yeah. They have that in Dragon Age. Right. Wait, can I go over here? Yes, but there's nothing there. Okay. What's up here?
I was
Astarion.
actually with you though.
No, it was Astarion. He got stuck on something. Oh, that's
Moonrise.
stealing. You're right. Yeah. Let's go over here. Let's go in these doors.
I think I need to stay like clicking ahead of you.
Yeah.
Wait, what is
If I
who
go
is
into-
behind us? Like who is disappearing behind us?
Huh?
I'm hearing like a teleporting noise. Like someone's like
interesting.
spying on us or some shit.
Some shit.
Yeah.
Reithwin Toll House. Like the cookies?
Ooh, that
I want some chocolate chip
sounds
cookies.
so good.
That sounds so good right now. I want some cookies.
Oh man.
Is there a crumble near me? Hold on.
Oh, it's 10:30. Everything's too late. You bitch. Why did you do this to me?
I'm sorry. It's not too late for me.
I
though, so I'm
know.
It crumbles on Grubhub or DoorDash.
Open the damn door before you order cookies, bitch.
Oh, it is. Okay, hold on. Continue. What you got? Delivery? They're open. I'm just gonna get. I want mini cookies. I don't want large mini cookies. Maybe a mini 3-pack. What are the cookies right now? Select 3. I don't want any of these. I want a chocolate chip cookie. I want a sugar cookie.
That doesn't match the scratches, which is funny.
A cinnamon roll cookie. You order. Proceed to checkout. I'm so happy. Thanks, Crumble. Wait, why is it so expensive? I fucking hate it. That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up to 18. I'm so confused.
You're paying like the convenience fees and shit.
Yeah, I know, but the math isn't mathing. It's fine. It's fine. Cookies! Okay. And Pink will say, "We are happy for you, G." Yeah, because I get cookies. I get the feeling that Pink isn't happy for me at all.
Yay, cookies.
Now I feel like I don't get to enjoy my cookies.
No, you can get your cookies. There's nothing I can do about it.
Listen, I haven't even eaten anything.
I know.
Crumble is too expensive and too sweet. I like Crumble.
We have great American cookies, but it's definitely so super closed right now.
But I also, so a lot of people don't like Crumble because they think that the cookies are like too soft and they say that they're underdone. I like soft cookies. I prefer them a little underdone.
Well, I
So
mean,
it's
I do
perfect
have
for
this bakery that's still open. I could get cake, which is not cookies, but it's cake.
That's good still.
Get a donut. No, I can get cake or pie. I mean, they technically have cookies, but it seems like it's just chocolate chip, which I'm not in the mood for. Oh no, they have sugar cookie, oatmeal cranberry.
That's so many cookies.
And chocolate chip.
That's a lot of cookie options.
The oatmeal cranberry actually seems like it could be kind of good.
Kinda good.
Kind of good.
Crumble.
That any cookie might sound good. Why do you not put it in quotation marks? That's
What
what
are you
happens.
talking about?
I literally I stick
She's
my
just
head out the window and I
breathing.
get some fresh air. What? I don't know what you mean.
She's just breathing.
I don't like what you're insinuating.
White chocolate macadamia. Macadamia.
Macadamia.
Bulbous bouffant. Macadamia. Gazebo. Bulbous bouffant.
What?
Blubber. Do you not know what I'm talking about?
That one I don't know. No.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you a link. Hold on.
Should get started.
Hold on. Copy. I'm just gonna put it in chat because everybody should know about this.
And you're sure my air fryer died tonight and you do them using affection. They didn't
Aw.
crisp. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, I will open it and I will watch this later.
Yeah. Academia. Well, what are you looting that I didn't see?
What?
Oh, did you go downstairs?
Yeah.
Wait, is there a down?
Yeah?
Wait, I didn't see there was a down.
There's a hole!
Okay, listen, we talked about this. I don't always think about jumping into holes.
Hi, Azaro.
Hello. Hiya.
Hiya.
Hiya. Oh, a bottle. What do you mean I can't reach this? I'm standing right here. What do you mean I can't reach it? I'm standing right here. Okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Do I just have to take damage to jump down there?
No, there's roots.
Yeah, but I can't click on the roots.
Try to jump and then like maybe she'll take the roots down.
Oh, there's the roots. I got it. I got it. I got it. I did it.
You did do it.
I didn't loot the skeleton. There was a bone in there. Bulbous bouffant. It's in my head now. I'm sorry. A rotten tomato? That's like a whole $1.
That's 10 gold.
10 gold. And a rotten lemon. And a rotten fish. We're just leaving money out there.
I know. Just throwing money away.
Mm-hmm. Where are you going?
Back up.
Did we loot everything?
I think so.
Oh. I just got here.
Oh, I know. But you were doing your bulbous bouffant.
No, I was trying to figure out how to get down.
Right, but I looted the whole thing in here while you were doing something else, and then I looted downstairs. Yeah, I just was in here first. It's okay.
I looted a little.
You know, you did fine. I actually got to loot for once.
Speaking of which, let me offload some of the shit I picked up onto Karlak. Karlak!
Just
actually,
send it to camp.
Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting I can do that, and then I remember. It's fine. Liz, Liz, what's the point of having strong girlfriend if strong girlfriend no carry?
Because that's what camp for.
Ugh. Ugh.
Strong girlfriend can carry important things.
Ugh.
Don't ugh me. You know I'm right.
Ugh.
You know I'm right. Into the thick of it.
Oh.
Ugh.
We're doing right. Now what we doing? We've got upstairs, we've got uppies. Let me look at the map. You're important? She carry me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, if you can use whatever, what is it, makeshift weapon or whatever?
Kind of.
I can't, whatever. You can throw,
Improvise
like,
weapon?
improvise melee weapon or whatever, yeah. You can, like, use other people's bodies as melee weapons. You can just, like, pick bodies up and just chuck them at people. It's great.
Yeet. Okay, so we want to go... I guess let's go uppies and then, like, explore this direction into this black area of the map.
Whatever you want to do, just tell me where to go.
Yeah. I guess we'll go...
I also have no level 1 spell slots. Just saying. I have all my others. I have my 2s and my 3s and my 4s. I just don't have any 1s.
Sounds like you're expecting me to accidentally get us into a fight?
I just don't know where we're going, and there are definitely fights in this overworld, yes.
Wow, okay. Just anticipating a fight.
You're right, Gigi. I'm just anticipating a fight. Oh, I was looking. I'm sorry. That was on me. That was on me.
Sorry.
That was on me. That was on me.
Keep the blade close.
I was looking ahead and not looking where I was.
Gotcha. Trying to see if is this where I want to go. Okay, so that's that area. I understand. I see where we are. Oh, okay. So let's go this way. Oop, that's Karlak. I don't know when I selected Karlak, but that's fine. Ooh, there's stuff in here.
Yeah, this is a new place.
More for me.
Oh. You're just a little bit faster than me. Oh, there's a man. There's a barricade that we can just walk around. How useful is this barricade? Am I right? Oh. That's outside. Okay, what are we trying to do?
Wait,
here?
can we go?
Trying to figure.
Never mind.
Like,
It's fine. I thought there was a fast travel that's like somewhere close to here, but I could be just misremembering.
We could try going like in.
No. I really thought it was like right here, but it's not. So I'm clearly misremembering.
Okay. I would like strong partner to carry me around, please. But I am tall.
No traps, please.
I want to be small.
No small.
Yeah. There ain't nothing in here.
Tasteless and cheap.
Who's yelling right now?
Upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Cheese from the Dale lands.
Silver's from Cornwall, it says. Empty though.
Oh, something just happened.
From Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. Oh, One's still in there.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, and
Buddy, you gotta keep up.
I mean, it is when you like zigzag. I know it's not you, but like when you zigzag all over the place, it's tough.
Report to the toll master. Pay the toll.
No. You're just a floating skull. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad? Why was that necessary? Okay, it's over here.
Don't waste a step.
Is this room here?
Huh?
There's a room directly in front of us. It's...
Yeah. I was just waiting.
Okay.
I'm trying to not move around too erratic.
Don't worry about it. Just go. We'll catch up. If it sends us on a turn base, we just catch up and then go.
What you doing up there, Karlak? Why'd you climb that? That's silly.
She's just hanging out. It's fine. She's doing her best.
Sometimes you just gotta climb a crate, you know?
Yeah.
We're just gonna let her do what she wants. Door? Oh, we can't go in that way. We have to find another way.
If only I'd left when I still could.
Okay, well, that's not it. We climb this tree. I bet we can climb this, maybe? Yeah. Oh, you went that way.
I thought that's where we were going. Oh, I'm not even near her. Come on, that's fucked up. I don't think I can do this. Fuck, I might not be the best person for this.
Here you go.
Wink.
And gold. Hold on. Hi, Canyon. Welcome in. Okay, lady.
All that you have.
Hi, Canyon.
No, that's so much.
Cross the river, but first you must pay.
I'm here to replace you.
Yeah, I don't know. I only have +4. Shit.
Oh my.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm the best for this. Oh.
Well, there you go. You deceived.
No, I require gold.
Ma'am. Really set the standard. Goodness.
Shit.
Oof.
I know. That's why I said I'm not the best for this. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Took all of the good rolls.
I require gold. No.
Okay.
I pay it back.
You give it to me? Are we in?
I am, yeah.
Oh, you're downstairs.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. What was that achievement I just got?
Maybe I need more pockets.
What did I just get?
I think it's defeating her without fighting her.
Oh, nice.
I think is what it is.
Excellent budgeting.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, she's got some good shit on her.
Yeah, the weapon she has is pretty good if you, like, normally have a lot of money. I'm pretty sure it's like the one that's like the equal exchange or some shit. What is it called? Did you pick it up yet?
It did pick it up. It is called
Twist of Fortune.
Twist of
Yeah, when you roll 2 or
Fortune.
less. Yeah, so basically, like, you do as much damage as, like, the money that you have.
Why does money though?
Because it's right. It's this one. It's called Blood Money. So it's strike out gridly, dealing an additional 3 bludgeoning damage per 300 gold that you have.
I just can't. How do I look at it?
T.
Oh shit. The gold will be consumed.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you get it back
shit.
when you'll get it back from killing them. Oh yeah, you can open this safe too, by the way. That's right in front of us.
Okay. Lock picking impossible. Oh, but I have a key. I need strength. I didn't know
Carlatch.
that.
Carlatch.
I can't. I already clicked it.
Yeah, but if you fail, can't Carlatch just try?
Oh, yeah. Hopefully. We'll find out. Okay.
Did you get it?
No.
Oh.
I rolled a 5.
Nice.
Carlac. Hey, girl.
Hey!
You unlock this?
Don't you have to use
You're so
stealth to get them to gold
strong.
first? Is it that the target possesses or that... Hold on. I thought it was that the user possesses. It says that the target possesses.
Oh, shit. So that means that...
Oh, yeah. So
They
you...
need
Yeah,
to
so
have
you reverse lockpick it and you put it on them. That's right. Yeah. You're right. So that weapon is good for, like... Yeah, for certain people. For, like, vendors and shit. Which is fucked up, but yeah.
Actually, speaking of which, I'm gonna split... I'm gonna put a lot of my gold on Carlac. Because it's taking up so much of my carrying capacity.
No. I think that's
Yeah.
why... I think that's one of the mods that people put on a lot of times is that money doesn't weigh anything.
That's better.
Shall I just try and drink my coffee and tea? She saw me drinking on my teacup and came running and told her it's hot. And showed her and she looked at me, how dare you? You know I like it not hot. Yeah, right?
Oh, did you already unlock it?
Yeah, sorry.
Why am I even here?
For your amazing sleight of hand checks.
That you don't let me do.
No, that was a lock picking check. That just happens to also use my sleight of hand. But it's different. It's
Wow.
fine. It's different. It's different.
Floorboards. I'm just gonna stand on it. What do I do with this? Examine. Okay. Is vulnerable to fire. I don't know what to do about that.
You don't know what to do about that?
About these rotten floorboards.
That are vulnerable to fire?
Well, I don't have fire.
You don't have fire arrows? You don't have a friend?
Okay. I was still looking at shit.
I didn't know they were going to immediately break.
I wasn't done.
I didn't know they were going to immediately break.
Done.
I thought they would set on fire for at least a second. I didn't know they would immediately shatter and drop my friend to the floor. Oh my gosh. I thought for a second they would at least catch on fire.
No. I was just gonna...
immediately shattered on the ground.
Immediately.
Oh gosh.
It's fine.
Here, I'm down here with you. It's all good.
I don't know if I want you down here with me. You're just gonna explode the ground underneath me.
Don't forget, our friends are still up here.
Okay, I'm literally about to make you jump. Your path is interrupted. Trying. Just, you're fine.
Can we get out of terminus? There we go.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize you still were. Need to find a way forward. Oh, you mean like this door? I got a scroll for you.
Oh yeah, thanks. Have you seen where this door leads?
No. I'm assuming outside.
No. Can't reach this.
Oh.
Can't touch this. Da-da-da. Wait, can I break this?
There's a little ledge here.
Can't break that. Okay.
Can you move it?
That's what I was trying to do. You can't move these big ones. Can you break this one? Yes. But that's still not the one behind it.
Get out these doors. Mulch. Yeah, there's a little ledge here. You can.
No, I
come
know,
over
but I was just trying to like figure it out, you know.
I mean, I think that's what we're supposed to do, isn't it?
No, it says this is too high. Hold on, I can put enhanced leap back on if you give me just a second here.
Well, it's okay.
No, I do it.
No, it's fine. I'll just use the
no.
No.
I mean, can't reach destination. I can't put enhanced leap on you guys?
Probably not. But I can use...
No, I could, but not from this far. I could do it while I was down there.
Use Misty Step.
Hold on, can I just like...
Forget it. It's blocked from behind.
It's blocked from behind. Yeah, but what if I want to? Like, just let me open it. This literally just goes right back in. Like, we don't need to be over here.
Right. I'm just gonna Misty Step.
We literally don't need to. Can you not jump back in? Wait, where are we actually really supposed to go from here?
Should work.
I don't know.
Let's figure that out. So you can build a ladder. Yeah, like
more wooden rope. Yeah. Just a little crafting. Young crispy, but you still like your chumpkins. Astarion.
I think everyone's in the way, or was in the way.
My cookies are almost here.
Oh, lucky you. My cookies are not almost here.
There's got to be a way out. There's got to be a way.
Mine are like 30 minutes out.
What if I just shoot it with a fire arrow?
Well, I did. It doesn't.
I'll give it a shot.
Karlak, are you strong enough? And it can't be like.
We just need to
levitated
figure out
thing?
like where it is that we're supposed to be going from here.
Ah, why?
Because you took the lamp off.
I didn't mean to.
It's okay. Just asked why. I don't know. Maybe we do have to go that way. But like, where does this technically lead to? I mean, are we supposed to go here and then down back to the doors?
Maybe. But then we would get hurt.
But we can't all get back up there. Not all of us can reach that jump.
No. So
Yeah,
not
that's
like
a 17 over here. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that's far.
not enough space. That's a 17 again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of
17.
damage.
That's why I'm like, where is like the intended path here?
Hmm.
Oh, wait. Can we go this way? No, you can't go in here. Because technically, like, this looks like Elden Ring style. You could just go this way and then around behind this building.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, we could technically just real quick fast travel back to the Moonrise fast travel and just walk back. It's really not that far. Or, I don't know. Or, yeah, or we'll all have to Misty Step back over there. Misty Step or Enhanced Leap over there.
Yeah.
And it says I can do it on other people. But I just can't do it at the like more than one at a time, which is crazy. So I can do it on you, and then you jump. And then I can do it on somebody else. Okay, and then I can do it. Karlak should have the strength to do it, does she not?
Let's
or
see.
the athletics to do it?
Yeah, Karlak's got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say she should have the athletics to do it.
No,
and
no,
you just
no,
jump. You should
no.
still have it though. Go while I'm still
No.
concentrating. All right. Oh my God. Oh. Separate real quick before. Okay, good. Now walk away. Walk away.
Jeepers creepers.
We do, but I have Enhanced Leap. Okay, you guys need to move out of the way though.
Karlak. No, Karlak. Karlak.
All right, now we're all here.
Now that you've used all of your spell slots.
Well, I told you I had no more level 1s anyway, so.
Yeah.
Would be time to rest.
Yeah. Do you want to just rest from here, or do you want to go?
We can rest from here.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna go right into a long rest. I'm not even gonna go to camp first.
Okay.
Anyone need to talk? Doesn't look like it.
Hi, Ray.
Doesn't look like it.
3 favorite. Who's your 3rd favorite? Oh, let me put some shit away.
Oh, Karlach.
Karlach? Oh, I was looking at my inventory. Give me a second.
Oh my gosh. Every
Just
ding
give me a
dang
second.
time.
Just give me a second.
I am multiclassed, yes. My character is a wizard cleric.
Wizard.
Wizard cleric. A wizaric.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
A Clarizard. Yes! I'm a Clarizard. Yes.
Like Charizard.
Yeah! Get it?
Get
More
it?
of a sorcerer.
Okay. Just nope, not in Karlach's inventory. Okay. I'm good now. So sorry. So sorry. Sorcery.
Sorcery. It's the best shirt
Sorcery
ever.
here.
Thank you.
I need more water. I think I'm also going to take a quick bio.
Oh, bio. Alright, I could take a bio as well.
Yeah, and I think my my cookies will arrive here in a minute also. So give me just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to take a little moment.
A little moment.
A moment.
Quick,
Take a
fiver. Let's
moment.
say
Like a
fiver.
free minute.
A 3 minute. Oh, I gotta get water.
A 3 to
and,
5.
Let's take a fiver.
Okay.
Just a nice quick fiver.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna take a 5. You can just
Okay.
do 3.
Yeah. I'm back. I think I screwed up the smelly cam now, though. Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. I really just want my cookies and my pie. It's like 20 minutes away still. That's crazy. Talk to my boyfriend. Talk to my boyfriend. It's wet and it's cold and it gets everywhere. Oh, my hair and my earbuds together like kind of like looked dark. That's funny.
Us. I still love the sound of that.
Me too. What are we?
I don't know.
But isn't it
nice
not to know?
Not to know. You're not a victim.
Oh, I need some dye. How do I do this? Where can I go? Does she sell dyes?
Sold a pair of boots.
See your wares. Okay.
I can't believe it.
She's a few. Black and furnace red. Oh, I do like those. Honestly. Purple. Muddy red. Oh yeah, that's like blood red. Gross. Dark, dark, dark red. Black and jade green. Blue. Brown alabaster. That's the remover. He can wear heavy. No, he can wear medium. Will dexterity matter to your armor? Additionally.
Okay, I'm back.
I might get this one. Do I have enough? I do. Okay. And then.
Go.
What?
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 I got my cookies.
You fucking what?
Fucking what, mate? Be hard.
They're hard? Is that what you said? Ew, that's icky.
I'm upset.
I'm upset for you. It's because it's the end of the night, right?
Yeah, probably. Oh, Scratch has... Hold on, I talked to Puppy.
Oh, I'm buying stuff from a vendor, so you're by yourself anyway.
Oh.
You're good. They refresh their inventory every few days, so I went to go get more dye.
Mm. End of day cookies. I know.
R.I.P. indeed.
Rip.
R.I.P. indeed. Let Astarion have the book. I always let Astarion have the book. I don't ever let him like read it and go through with it, but I always let him have it.
You need to make sure you get your pink dye.
No, I'm actually getting the furnace red and black dye for Astarion's stuff. Thank you very much. But I think I'm gonna give him this one instead.
You're not gonna dye your hat pink?
Radius armor. It doesn't dye pink. It's watch. I'll waste my last pink on it because I want it to match, but it doesn't go pink. It's like it goes brown.
What do you mean?
It goes brown. Because the pink armor, like the dyes are dyes, but they'll only dye certain pieces of the sets. So like if you have like leather shoes, like they're not gonna dye pink because the leather can't dye pink, but it might dye like the laces pink or something.
Oh,
so like my leather hat can't be dyed pink. But sometimes it does. Like there's one that I've used before. It's like the light. It's like yellow and light blue or something like that. And I use that when I do my like all ice build because I think it's really cute. And it does dye. It dyes the hat yellow.
It's got like a vaguely pinkish hue to it.
It
I can see
does.
pink.
It does, but it doesn't go all the way pink. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
It
I
matches your
can't
gloves.
decide.
It matches your gloves.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm gonna swap. See, I kept the luminous on him because he has this one. But I can swap the luminous to that and I can give him this one instead. Okay, so give him this. And then I
The
take
sugar cookie is better.
the luminous until I get something else. Oh, but now my stuff's not pink, so I'll have to actually wait for that to refresh because I don't have any more of that. Okay, so this. Oops, wrong button.
This sugar cookie is delicious.
The
I'm
sugar
very
cookies
happy.
are good? That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a little crunchy around the edge, but the inside is good.
Okay, so that makes me have 18. Okay, so if I put this back on, does that bring me back to 18? Okay, so I'm going to do that again. Okay. What else do you have? You're hoarding so much stuff. Oh my gosh.
I am not. Are you looking in my camp inventory or my inventory?
I'm looking in your pockets.
I don't have that much in my pocket. It's not that bad.
Oh, you have white and scarlet dye. That's cute. Oh, and you have the cloak of elemental absorption. Absorb elemental damage.
Yeah, I asked if you
Damage for the
wanted it,
next
and you
attack.
said you didn't.
No, I said no. You asked if I like wanted that from that chest, which I didn't necessarily care about, but I will absolutely take it because I do elemental damage.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If you wanted it,
I'll take it.
Okay.
I took it. Okay, I took it.
Hey, why is nothing like combining?
What you mean? Oh, in your
So-
inventory? Yeah, I hate that. Sword of Screams.
Like-
Interesting. Oh, that's what you use, right? But you can't because you have the thing equipped.
Yeah.
Alright, so the last thing I technically need for the build is... You don't think you ever dyed anything? I dye so much stuff, and I, like, coordinate everybody, or I have, like, everybody in sets.
I always forget that, like, that's a thing. 'Cause, like, you can dye stuff in Dragon Age 2, and I always forget.
Some of the armor is ugly. And at least making it pink is, like, tolerable.
That's true.
Don't forget I is man. No, I know, but, like... I don't know. None of them... Did any of the men who are watching... None of the men who are watching dyed their stuff? What is the last thing I need?
Man,
Oh, I
and
need
I
the...
also don't dye stuff, so I don't think it's a man thing. I just forget that it's an option.
This one, I think, is in... Where to find? Oh, it's in... Okay, so it's close to where we are. Okay.
I also have dye in my camp inventory too. What colors do I have? Hold on.
I'm about to lose all my AC as soon as I get the last piece of my build.
Oh, really?
Because it's a robe, which is going to drop me back to unarmored.
Where's all my dye? Hold on. I have light blue dye.
The light blue is cute.
Green. I have swamp green.
I might take... How many light blues do you have?
5.
I might actually take those because that might be cute for, like, ice build.
I also have regular blue dye. And... that all my dies?
You just don't care. No, I know. I was just curious if that's a thing. Like, the guy is not doing it because they don't care.
I've got 6 light blue. I've got Drake General die.
Oh, is that yeah? That's the one that like comes with the. I think that comes with like the collector's edition or something.
Oh sure. Here, I'll put that in.
But yeah, I'll take the light blue if that's cool.
It's in my inventory. Go ahead.
Cool.
Take it.
Cool. Hell
And there's
yeah.
also a spell.
A spell, you
On
say?
you. I sent it to you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What else I've got in here? Let's
I mean,
put
I
these in
have the
potion.
derivation cloak. I don't know if you have anything that can do poison, but it says when you poison a foe, you heal yourself for 1d4.
I've got like, I can probably put poison on my weapons.
Yeah, well, I gave it to you, so toss it on you.
Okay.
And then if you just happen to have poison, you have poison.
It doesn't match my vibe.
I know, you can dye it though.
It's like I look really cool right now.
Well, here, just like, I mean, you can use my last black and red just to see what it looks like.
Sure. How do I do it?
You double click on the dye and then you drag the item that you're dyeing into the square next to it.
Oh, okay.
And now put it on. See, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit better.
Let me see. It's all right.
It's a little bit
We'll
better.
see. It's a little bit.
Yeah, but that might not match your vibes, but it'll help.
It'll help.
It'll help.
Right.
Right.
I want to do. I just want to do a little bit. I just want to stack some of my shit because it's pissing me off.
I know. I don't understand why they don't stack. And that's fine if you don't want to stack, but then like when I organize them, then you should stack them.
Right? Like if I hit sort, then that should stack them.
Right. Like if I go into the bag itself and I sort it, that should be stacking my stuff. But no.
But no.
But no.
No. Jeepers.
Jinkies.
Jinkies. Anything else I can stack? No. Yes. Those are different. Missing pets. Interesting.
Who is missing their pets?
I don't know, but it's got spiders in it. It's definitely a jar of spiders. It's 100% a jar of spiders.
Fair.
Let's get all of my arrows sorted too, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
I do have this.
Is that yeah, that's an acid arrow. I was like, maybe I've got a poison arrow. No, it's acid.
That's kind of the same thing, I think, isn't it?
Acid? No. Not in terms of damage type.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You right. You right.
You right.
When you right, you right.
Mm-hmm. Just do a little inventory management. Nothing to see here. Just want to make sure everything's right as rain.
Right.
Right as rain. Right.
All right.
Do these not stack? No. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'll go back first. That way that you guys can appear in the lantern glow.
True. Oh, I'm at last light. That's right. I went to go shopping.
Oh. Okay, then I'll fast travel over to Moonrise. Oops. That's not what I wanted. I went back to camp.
Oh, it's okay. I'm at Moonrise, and we're
I'll be
good.
there in a
We're good until we cross over in the thing.
Hello.
Okay, so let's take a look at the map. So we went to the Waning Moon and the Toll House.
Yeah. Maybe we want to keep going through the Toll House.
Yeah, we want to keep going straight. Basically, keep going straight. Yeah.
Let me look at what we got going on.
Hold on, let's check my.
Do we want to finish up this ledger thing, or do we want to do as much?
Oh
in the
yeah, we can finish up the
Shadowlands?
ledger. Yeah.
Okay.
So where's the closest to where he is?
Last light probably. Yeah, last light.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not too far.
Nah. And I don't think we need the lantern for that. I think we can just do regular for that.
No, there is out here. Oh yeah, regular lantern.
Well,
yeah,
just regular,
I mean,
like our regular.
Like real torches.
No,
Yeah.
we have the protection from her now. Remember?
Do we?
Yeah, we have the blessing of Saloon from Oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank? The girl who we had to protect from getting kidnapped?
Sure.
Why can I not I'm like literally drawing a blank. And it's making me frustrated.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hello?
Watch your back.
Oh, you come in.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at my journal, I was reading something, sorry, I'm coming.
No, you're good, you're good.
Just keep trudging, I'm coming. I was reading in the journal. My dasher is nearby. Oh my gosh, they're gonna be here.
Yeah, get you a cookie.
Okay, I'll just.
Hello.
Okay. Perfect. Well, you do that.
In trepidation.
Oh no.
You have
Whatever
the
choices you make, I support you.
What? Oh no. How do you know I have it?
Raven always knows.
That's right, the Raven came and was like, you have it, bring it to me.
To punish a murderer. If that is not enough, leave. I have no time for those lacking commitment.
Here, take it.
We have it. Her lies, her guilt. Madeline reported her friends to a dark justiciar and fled when they were butchered. Well, she flees no more. I will be the conduit for Madeline's spirit. I will force her to face trial. And
Oh my.
you will be the judge. Make
Okay.
her beg. Make her
This man's got abs for days. Sure. Let's see what she has to say.
careful. For a serpent in life is a serpent in death.
She's a person, she's not a snake. Those are different species entirely.
Witness.
Okay, I got some
Cookies. You okay, bro? My face is just like, okay.
Yeah. We kind of like don't give a fuck about a lot of
I said
stuff
I
that
was
goes
gonna
on
be
around
punished.
us.
That you'd be the judge. But I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
I said it didn't mean nothing. That Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justicia promised she was gonna chat with him. She promised.
If he was drunk complaining, why'd you report
The
them?
Dark Justicia said to report everything, big or small. She ain't the type you say no to. She gave him a
You
dagger
say
each
no to.
and told them to press it against their stomachs on the count of 3 to start stabbing and not stop till she said so.
Jeepers.
She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything.
To take it back, anything. I'd do anything to take it back.
Oh my gosh.
Jeepers. You murdered your friends. You're a coward. The top one is a little bit much. The bottom one's a little bit nothing. But the middle one is mean.
There are some of the speech checks in here that I'm like, I wouldn't say these though.
Right. I guess of the 3, the middle one. I mean, an entirely unnecessary additional. Okay. Yeah, this is what I roll a 19 for?
Yep.
Sure. For a DC 10?
You're right.
Oh.
I'm a killer.
I feel bad.
Monster. I should have died instead.
I mean, her face matches my face. Like, what?
Look, my hand still shakes.
I don't like this guy. He's fucking weird.
Thoroughly. Well done.
That wasn't... I didn't... Okay.
Perhaps. But we both
Okay.
got what we wanted, didn't we? You have done well.
People thought he was hot.
Her pain and anguish.
I mean, he is kind of
was
until that...
I
Until
will treasure
that.
it. Here,
Like,
for your services.
he's, like, physically attractive.
Should I
But he's
find
a
another
weirdo.
murderer in need of torment,
Which does not,
I shall
like...
call upon you.
help. It kind of detracts from
Farewell.
it. I'm like, okay, this guy's fucking weird. What'd I get? I got some gold and raven gloves. Summon quoth the raven. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. Ah! Well, we got that taken care of.
We did get that taken care of.
That's all done now.
Mm-hmm.
What next? Let's look at a journal. Everything else I think is in, yeah, the Shadow Curse lands. Oh, all that's all the way over. How the fuck do you get there? The mausoleum.
We'll probably just have to
so-
explore.
gotta go. Yeah. Oh, you've already gone back. Okay, just a moment. I'll be right there.
You do not have to rush just because I go somewhere. So you know.
Well, yeah, but I'm the one who's got the thing.
Uh-huh.
Ka-ching. Right. We need to go this way? What's over here?
The torch is gone again. This curse
Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? What's over here? Oh, we're going this way.
Now's
What's
not
it?
the time.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Okay. Who are we fighting? What are we fighting? Wherpst. Well,
Shadows, the shadow people.
Yeah, I just don't even see where they are. Okay, they're over there. Got it. All right, let's do bonus action dash. Oh, but I have the shit.
Let's go.
Yep.
I didn't think about that. I'm sorry.
Yep. It's okay.
I'm an idiot.
No, you're not. It's okay.
I was just like, it's time for fight. Ooh, ouchie.
Oh no. Don't drain my friend's strength.
I already don't have any. Good thing I'm fast.
Time to press it.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard when we have no weapons right now.
No. We can bonus action dash. I should. Oh, but I haven't raged. I don't want to use a rage. Yeah. Hello. Ow. Get charmed, bitch. Sorry. Oh, no. Did I put it away? What did I do?
What?
I didn't mean to put it away. I meant to keep it out. God damn it. Sorry. I apparently still don't know how this game works.
You're fine. Oh my gosh.
Just gonna stay here, I guess. Run up here. I guess.
Just don't move any closer than that.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Nice.
And I'll take out. Should have just ended that guy. Oh well. Okay.
Okay.
Let's take this back out. Now I'll viciously mock this man. Nope. There we go. That's all I ever wanted, was to viciously mock somebody to death.
That should be an achievement, honestly.
It really should.
Like, to have the final shot be vicious mockery.
Ugh. I don't... No. Target cannot be moved by force. Really?
It's a ghost. Or
Well,
shadow,
I'm
I guess it really can't, yeah.
So?
Apparently it can be encrusted in frost, though, which is, you know, totally fair.
Oh, I probably should have taken a potion. Oh well.
Potion? Why? Why take a potion? It's fine.
Why would I go all the way? Oh, I guess there's people in the way. Alright, let me viciously mock this man.
You cancel on turn. Oh no, I was gonna bite her.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Where's the last man?
Way over here. But he's invisible.
Mm.
But he's over here in this general direction somewhere.
Okay. But I'll just loot this person. Enter.
Yeah, he's way the fuck over here. He's just chilling, hiding. Alright, so I'm gonna do a hold on. Oh, I can't be impeded by snow. That's right, hold on. So, I can just fireball this whole fucking area. Really? Interesting. Okay.
Is that not where he was?
He's over there, but apparently not in the circle that I hit.
Okay. Let me make room for myself. Oh. Let's see. Let me try fairy fire.
I don't know if it'll work on a shadow, but yeah, go for it. Because he has shadow blend, he's not invisible, but yeah, go for it. I would still do it over in this general, I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Not enough movement. There you go.
Where the fuck is he?
But didn't do anything. Well,
okay, so he must
was
have
the-
moved. Okay.
It was a solid try.
Yeah. Trying the line trick, see if I can see where he is. I don't know where the fuck he is.
He's a sneaky little bastard.
I mean, eventually he's gonna have to go uninvisible to do
Attack it.
something. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, he's over here now? What the hell? So he's gonna come up. I bet you he's gonna try to come up from behind us.
Probably.
Is my guess.
Be sneaky little bitch.
Yeah, that's my guess.
I'll just go here.
Don't waste a step.
Just kind of prep. Not now. Fine. No, I didn't mean to do that. I don't want to jump. Even though we wish we could. I'm just gonna loot these bodies. Right. This is fun. Come get us, bitch!
Where is he? Is he still over here?
He's scared of us.
What path lies before me?
Yeah, but like, I wanna fucking play the game.
I know. Me too.
He's moving a little bit at a time.
These boots have seen
It's like a little bit.
Ah! He's here.
Huh. Nice.
Oh, if I stay with my husband, I'll be fine.
Beautiful.
Shush. Because he has Lathander's light. That's so funny. He's good by himself because he has the light of Lathander from his weapon. And if I get really close to him, I'm fine.
Just all up in his business.
Yeah. Oof, that was...
Oop, nope. Sorry. I just can't tell because, like, she's not holding it. And so I'm like, is it out? And then I panic.
Oh, yeah, let's go back up here where we were.
Actually, continue on our way.
This is actually a puzzle.
That might be worth a look.
What? What about pickles? ADOS off Gittifoot shall.
Yeah, are you okay?
That's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
What?
There might be more around the rest.
No.
No? Okay.
Doesn't make sense.
Oh my gosh, I was walking over there, you asshole.
That might be worth a look.
Arl Mr. Wenny Thorm.
That's curious.
Floss pain alls rise. Okay. What does it say? Ugh, okay. I don't want to think about anything. Hang on, let me just open up Notepad or something because I don't feel like remembering.
Here goes nothing.
ADOS.
I did it on accident, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I was literally just trying to read them. And I did it on accident, I'm sorry.
What you do?
You just have to interact with them in the correct order.
Oh, got it. That's okay.
Because it basically, like... You're basically trying to find the missing letters of, like, the order that this speech would go in.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to read them, and apparently I clicked them in the right order, and I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I was literally trying to let you solve it, but I was like, wait, let me read it, because, like, I don't remember how to solve it either.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go on.
He's good.
That's the second puzzle inside now.
Oh.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Sorry.
She's like, how you feeling? You want to fuck yet?
Do you feel like you're burning up from inside still? No? Yes? Want a bone?
No time for chat just now.
Karlach, you walked in front of me, okay? Not the other way around. Remember that shit.
You accept Shah's test of your intellect.
I'm very stupid. Sure.
Wait. Can you get out of it still? Can you X out of it now? Or no?
No. But I can take bonuses from you. I can take... bless.
Yeah, you can take whatever bonuses from me, but... I don't remember if...
Cantrip.
I don't remember if there's more than one. And I don't remember if you can only get one.
Oh, I can't just take it from you.
Oh, hold on.
Can you cast resistance on me? Yeah, thanks. Oh, resistance. Yeah,
know,
it's a D4 both
I put
ways.
it back.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, okay. Nice.
You feel a small pulse of energy race up your spine, and a strange sensation of acceptance.
Who accepts me? No one accepts me. Okay.
It seems this statue has nothing to offer. Its
Okay, what did I
challenge
get?
has been surmounted.
You got your intelligence improved.
Really? I'm so smart. Oh, until a long rest. Nice.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted
Okay, wisdom, right?
Shah's blessing?
I don't need. Wow, with with advantage.
Oop.
It's fine. I don't need it.
Seems to chill around you.
It's fine. My
Your
wisdom's just
claims
down
of
until we rest.
wisdom are
That's fine.
rebuffed.
Down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Oh, we're fighting. Hi. Why are we fighting?
Because these guys are like, you are stupid.
Nope, I missed. Right. My bad. A 109 hit
Oh,
points.
the wise sentinel, the charismatic sentinel, and then the intelligent sentinel. Interesting.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my rage here, cause this man has a lot of hit points. They all have a lot of hit points.
Yeah, but we're getting up there. I mean, we're not
I did
117,
6
but yeah.
Ow. I have a million conditions on me right now.
Ew, no.
Get charmed.
Nope.
Nope. Don't get charmed, I guess.
I think it's fine. I hope.
I'll just keep whacking him with my lantern.
Oh,
Nope.
jeez, Louise.
I need us to keep lanterned, don't I?
I don't know if we need to be lanterned inside here, but it just like, geez, with Louise, like this is the entirety of like Act 2 at this point. I mean, maybe I should hold it because I have spells, but I don't want to be the one to hold it and have to pick where we go.
Yeah. Why am I not doing like any damage on these guys?
What are they immune
5
to?
damage? Why am I not? Where's all
They
my
have
damage?
resistance to slashing and piercing and bludgeoning.
Oh.
They have radiant vulnerability, which is what I have.
Well, that's stupid.
Lucky for me, unlucky for everybody else.
Well, I'm still doing my best.
Get out of here with your spirit guardians. I hate that shit. I only like when I can use it.
It's honestly rude. Ow. Why? You got me with 2 critical hits? Good God. Right. 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 Right.
Right.
Let's see. If I move? Nope, then I'll get... Okay. Well, for fuck's sake.
Not just a
Awesome.
miss, but a critical miss, yeah.
Amazing. Okay. Of course you saved against your concentration check. Cool, cool, cool. This is going so well.
Get out. How am I missing? I'm literally right there. What? I got out of the Spirit Guardian.
Cool. Amazing.
Yeah, we gotta get this guy with the Spirit Guardians. Holy shit.
Let me try. Okay, well I tried because that would have given me advantage, but... Can I move? Not without him hitting me. Cool. Amazing. Karlak, it's up to you. Jesus Christ. Okay. That at least took care of that.
Nice.
Get out of here.
Nice, 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 nice.
Should I have used a potion? Probably. So these 10 attacks yesterday we had 70% or higher chance of hitting plus advantage. I don't know what that's like.
That's crazy.
Can one of you please get fucking charmed?
Charmed? My lucky charms?
Charmed? Ow. Oh, you missed.
Alright.
What are you even doing there? Ugh. Did it just... It didn't even tell me... Okay. Okay, let's... Bonus action, take a fucking healing potion. Jesus Christ.
It was 89? What were you what were you fighting against?
Okay. 3 points of damage. Don't worry, guys. I'm helping.
You're doing great. Is that the only thing you guys know is the fucking acid area? I've literally died twice today. That's insane.
Got advantage.
Okay, well I don't need to heal her now. I just need to res her.
Speaking of which, I guess I should... How many hit points do you have? Too many for me to do fucking...
Don't have any, like, special arrows?
I already used my action.
Oh, okay. Fair. Then yeah, just go take the turn.
Oh, 1 point of damage.
He's getting there. He's at 7.
Woohoo! I'm gonna push him. Aw, invalid target.
And can be pushed. There you go. She's like,
Get
and,
pushed, bitch."
and take that.
Oh, and then the residual acid.
Alright.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we need to rest after this one. But we also need to figure out how to open this fucking door.
I cannot.
Can I light all the acid on fire? No? Alright, can I freeze the acid and then melt it? No, it's just gonna be acid.
I've got...
Do you have...
Do I have any water?
I mean, I technically can, like, swap out for, like, create or destroy water, like, super duper quick. See? There we go. Easy. Create water. There we go.
Water.
Washed away, and then if I freeze it... Oh no, and then I have to melt it again, and it'll be water again, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh wait, but I can destroy water.
I can walk on water. It's just water.
Okay, Jesus.
I'm not Jesus, I'm Gigi.
Okay, Jesus.
I can see the confusion because we have the same first syllable. But I am in fact not Jesus.
Offers a mute stare and nothing more.
Yeah, you can't get another one.
Any secret it guards will
Oh,
remain
sure.
secret.
Secret.
Better not be cursed.
Is that it?
No, there's a door. This door right here, but I don't know how to open it, or I forgot how to open it. I think someone needs to persave it.
Persave the door.
The statue looms silently.
A secret. Secret door. Am I encumbered? How am I encumbered?
Oh, I wonder how you're encumbered.
Oh, I picked up heavy armor, that's why. It's like, I keep emptying my shit. Hello? Hello?
Is there a button
gotta be
we have to
something.
perceive? Yeah.
This is a reminder.
Alexa, stop.
Hello? Do we put something in the plate on top of her statue? Ow.
No.
You sure?
No. Alright, hold on. Let me swap to a new character and I'll try this.
It has
Statue
hit points.
looms silently.
Do we destroy the statue?
Oh my gosh, I don't think so. Is it because I failed the thing? Is that we can't get in there now? There's gotta still be a way to get in here. Don't hit it with your lantern, silly.
What do you mean? Well,
the statue looms silently. Whatever hidden purpose it
Oh.
has will remain a secret.
It sure does loom.
Are we locked out of this now?
I don't know.
Did we like loot all these guys? Like none of them have like a key
looted
or a
them.
plaque or anything? 1, 2.
Mm-mm.
Where's the third guy up here?
No, I looted them.
I didn't
They've
loot the
got
third guy.
swords, scale mail, a
Yeah,
spear,
I didn't have anything. What the heck?
some shoes.
Huh. I don't know. We might be not be able to get into this.
Boo.
Nobody is perceiving a button or
Statue
anything.
offers you nothing but
What is
silence.
this place called?
Whatever secrets it may guard will remain hidden.
Unknown. Sharon Sanctuary?
Oh yeah,
Is that where we are?
yeah.
Sharon Sanctuary?
Oh, it just says to click them in northwest and east.
What?
So north is this one.
What have we here?
Statue
So
offers you
north, and then west is this one.
the statue.
And then east is this one.
The statue offers a
No, that doesn't make sense.
It didn't do jack shit. I feel like that was the plaques outside.
Oh yeah, passing all saving throws opens a door. So how do we reload our saving throws? Can we not?
Do we
Because we
Maybe if we do a long rest and come back?
let's try.
Because, like, there was that chest in that one other place that we didn't perceive the door. But when we came back, we saw the door. Perceive.
Let's try.
Let's try.
Okay. So we have to pass these though. That's what the problem is.
Oh, hi.
Sorry.
the statue
I
offers
just-
a mute stare.
Yeah, see, it just says a secret. So maybe do we leave and come back? I just don't know. I think we may be locked out.
You can always come back at another time.
Oh my god, camera.
I've got
Please.
a long road ahead.
Excuse me. Wow, I'm suddenly absolutely exhausted. Let's go this way. Oop, hold on. Let me actually give that to Karlak. Actually, let me send it to camp. Look at me remembering. What's around here? Let's fill in this little bit of map real quick.
Sorry, I was reading. My fault.
No, you're good. Trying to figure out if we can come back and get it or not.
Yeah.
I can wait. I can wait. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 da ba.
Okay. You can't get back in.
Bummer.
Yeah, if you fail one of the saving throws, you can't get back in. It's fine. It's nothing like of any importance. So I'm not super heartbroken about it, but I just wanted
That's
to.
okay.
I just wanted to.
I want to see all the things. Oh, this is clearly somebody cared about the architecture and landscaping.
Wait.
Well,
First in my heart.
There's a person here.
yeah.
She's not supposed to be here. So we should go talk to her.
Talk to her.
And gods, what's that smell?
Where'd she go?
Sulfur. Bizarre.
She teleported away.
Probably should have snuck.
I know, Wolfie. I know. Yeah, did you not know that you could find her? Not there, no. Yeah, I found her other places too.
See that symbol on the ground? This was amazing.
Hang on, I have to do a dance break.
You're good. I need to like actually physically stretch for a second, so I need a second too. Hold on.
Hi, Ferret. Did you make it home safely?
You found her in camp. I found her here and I found her at Moonrise before.
You're home? Yay!
Oh, that feels so much
Congratulations. Congratulations on making it home. What's over here? They're in the middle of carving. Here in the Masons Guild. Imagine the Masons doing masonry. You walked out of the airport and it was -10 with 45 miles per hour. Good God. It sure did. It fucking punched you right there, didn't it? Jeepers creepers. Can I have some of that cold, please? Honestly. I need it. Hi, Cormac. Oh, so sorry. I forgot.
Why go this way?
I was just exploring and seeing what was over here.
Oh, okay. No, I was also exploring to go the other way, but that's fine. I thought you started to go that way. That's why I started to go that way.
Oh, I had, and then I didn't see anything, and I saw that it just kind of met up with where we were, so I came back.
Oh, I mean, no, it keeps going like this way and stuff.
Does it? Isn't that where we just were?
No, it's all black over here.
Oh, yeah, no, I saw that. I was going to go.
It's alright. It's alright. We'll go where you want to go.
That was freedom units, Wolfie. -10 freedom. Oh, there's more doors here. What are these doors? Hello? How heavy are they? Oh, there's things to loot. Imagine looting. It's important to know if it's freedom units or not. Okay. Would you like to open one of these or just climb on them? Good God. Oh, I've been a negative. It's cold. Obviously.
Something good here, I hope.
When it gets that cold, you know it's that cold because your boogers freeze in your nose when you breathe.
Torchlight won't last long here.
Uh-huh. Can we... Oh, it's too far.
It's too far.
It's too far, but we can go around probably, I assume.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, look, a ladder. The snow also sounds different when it's that cold.
Oh, this goes over here.
There's a hole in the roof. Oh, you can't fall in it. You can't fall in it.
You can't fall.
In it.
In it.
Gertrude, where the fuck are you going? Why did you go that way? Gertrude, why are you going that way? Sorry.
We are dying.
She decided to go that
We
way.
are
in order to
passing
get
away. Help us, we are dying. I can't believe there's not a dig spot over here.
Yeah, that definitely looks dig spottable. Reithwin Mason's Guild.
Reithwin. Oh wait, if we go back over the routes this way, there's a dar.
A dar?
A dar.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the routes that we just came from. My bad, my bad. I went the opposite direction.
You're killing me, Small. You're killing me.
I'm sorry. Let's go inside the dar.
The dar.
The dar. The doy. Ooh, I'll take this hammer. Oh, a ladder.
A ladder.
A ladder.
Scroll of burning hands.
Burn those hands, baby. Why'd you go that way? Why'd you go that way? Okay.
A hatch.
A hatcha.
A hatcha.
Oh. Ooh.
What's all this then?
What's all this then? I mean, I can't read shit. They've got a lot of carved marble.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's almost like it's a stonemason's guild.
Come on, Astarion, can you perceive, please? Yay.
I got a tip. Oh.
Oh. Sure.
Okay. Fine, we'll just use the key, I guess. Oh, a note. Congratulations on finding this place, thief, but your journey ends here. Watch me, bitch. Looks like a place where traps are. Great, I got rotten chicken eggs. Oh no.
That might be worth a look.
Thanks, Dungeon Delver Feet. Feet.
Feet! When I was a kid, Annandale, Virginia, where I grew up, reached 0. But I don't think I was ever out in it. But you did have single digits in Korea. I don't know if I've ever gotten single digits in Connecticut. Definitely with wind chill. Well, maybe singles, but maybe not negatives.
It would for a while. Every year it would get down into really cold temperatures for about a couple of weeks every winter, but not this year apparently.
I know, it's really warm this year.
It was 70 degrees on Christmas.
Yeah. I'm fucking sweating right now.
I
That's why I corrected. I said maybe single digits, but I don't think negatives.
That's too many degrees. It is too many degrees. It is the warmest Christmas on record for Denver. Can't loot anything. I can't loot anything.
Go on the other side then.
I can't. I have to stay close to you.
No, not inside, I don't think.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know. You could be. I could be wrong. I could be a fucking idiot. I could be an idiot and a liar.
I'm just out here trying to make sure that you guys don't die. You're welcome.
I don't like sunlight very much. Most of the day was in the 50s.
It's colder than it usually is there. I would like for it to be cold here.
I know, I want some cold. Or at least some cool.
It's supposed to get cold tonight, and it might snow like an inch overnight, but by the time like the sun comes out, it's gonna be gone. And then it's supposed to warm up again. Ow, don't drain my life! Don't claws necrotic zombie! Don't do it. Just gonna... Shiny.
Shiny.
Really? Get mocked. Get bish. Get knocked.
-6 at Bradley. That's crazy. That's crazy. In 2025, I wasn't there.
This crazy. I want to shove him and.
LA is colder than here. Well, if it's too warm, you'll have to carry it. But if it's too cold, you'll be cold if you don't bring it.
It's better to be safe than sorry. You could always just tie your hoodie around your waist like it's 1999.
We're going to party like it's 1999.
1999.
1999. 2021.
Still just whacking with my fucking lantern.
It's so good. Are you gonna be there all day though? Because it'll get cool once the sun starts to go down. Or cooler. You could just stuff it. Yeah, exactly.
Or just tie it around your waist like a nerd.
Oh my gosh, maybe he doesn't want to.
I'm just giving you options. Going to multiple locations. Yeah, so it sounds like you need to have easy access.
Or he could tie it over
Your
his shoulder like a
sweatshirt.
not like an extra nerd.
Like when Eric went preppy in Boy Meets World.
Yeah.
With the locations via car. Listen. I'm just giving suggestions. Oh. I wish I could hold my turn.
Well, you can't.
Can in real Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, you can't.
Have you listened to the rewatch podcast that they're doing for Boy Meets World? Because they talk about that a little bit, and that Will definitely like played into that a bunch because he wanted to like work on those acting chops, and so they definitely, and he really liked the comedy aspect of it. And so they definitely wrote to his comedy strengths.
I feel like they do that a lot, though.
Like, it was like a combination of like his choice and like the writers seeing like how, like what his acting strengths were, and then him being like, yeah, that's great. Let's keep playing into that. Because he liked that he could do some like improvising in that space as well.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Wait, why am I crouching? Stop doing that.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind.
Don't mind if I do.
Why not both?
Why not both?
It's a little dreary in here. Let's get some light.
Need to find a way forward.
Oh, look, this is chest. A chest.
Yeah. You got the Wicked Blu-ray. Nice.
With all the deleted stuff.
I purchased it myself when it came out, because Barnes & Noble had it.
That's so crazy. He is a legend. I know, I've met him, and he said he liked my Zelda tattoo on my foot.
He's the nicest person.
Obviously, I had sandals on. I wasn't just, like, showing my feet off, you weirdos.
Oops, I didn't mean to cancel. That's not what I wanted. What's the tat?
What is the tat? It's a bunch of,
Yep, he was also Ron Stoppable. He's done a bunch. He's also voiced the Joker, I think. He's done a lot of voice acting work.
It's literally just a bunch of Zelda stuff. So it's like a silent princess. It's the Majora's Mask. It's a bunch of rupees. And now I've already forgotten what's on my own fucking foot. Oh, and the Eye of Sheikah and a heart container. Sounds like it hurt. Yeah. I did it over a couple sessions, and honestly, the only part that hurt was the part that was, like, all the way on the very edge of my foot, like, by my toes.
Ouchie.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the color has kind of faded out in, like, a couple of the rupees because they were so close to, like, the side of my foot, and I have no desire to get them, like, touched up because I'm like, I'm good.
No, it's hurted.
I have over 20 tattoos, and that's the only one that I'm like, I'm good.
Thanks.
Thanks, but I'm okay. I don't know, maybe.
He didn't ghost the cast. He was doing like a congressional run, and so he needed to kind of like
separate.
Take a step, not separate, but just like he needed to focus on that. They've talked about it a bunch in the podcast. Because it's a question that keeps coming. It was like, why isn't Ben here? And they're like, because he's busy.
Most mine are decent. I have different sizes. I've got like a back piece, and then I've got like my Zelda one is my like the entire top of my foot. My Elden Ring one is not that big, but it's like a decent size. Like this one's like a pretty decent size. It's like this big. Like they're, I don't know. But then I also do have really, really tiny ones like behind my ears and all that jazz.
I want some tattoos.
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 They all like Pringles.
Once you pop, you just can't stop.
You just can't stop. And even if you don't necessarily go and get a bunch of them, you start thinking about it all the time.
All the time. And all this shit.
Nikki, I think, has the most probably out of anybody in here. At the moment.
Send to
Oh yeah, I have a lot of stuff I picked up too.
Send to Karlak will send your stuff to camp too. Tattoos cost money or else you get way more. Yeah, that's fair. I almost got one on Black Friday.
Oh yeah, the Black Friday specials are really cool.
But then I didn't.
Oh, bummer.
Because I don't know how to go about like finding an artist or anything like that. Because I don't know how it
If
works.
you're genuinely serious, the best way to find an artist is literally to just like look on social media for people in your area. And like look on social media and find like and just go one excuse me. Like literally just go like one tattoo place at a time. Look at all of their portfolios, go and look at their Instagrams. Like if they're good, they'll show off that they're good, you know?
Yeah. And like I know a lot of artists want to like do their own thing, but like what I want is very specific and it's like a band logo and I want that and I don't want it to get like to be like different.
Yeah, no, a lot of
You know what I mean?
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I guess somebody that's like does a lot of good line work. You know, like the girl that I ended up finding, and I looked for a long time before I found this girl. She does really, really, really delicate line work and really cute florals and really girly. So it's like she was what I wanted when I moved.
Yeah. And I only have like a couple of ones that I'm thinking about. So like there's like the logo for my favorite band that I really want, and then I've got a couple of lyrics that I want, just like the words of, and I also want why am I blanking on it? I'm blanking on the name of the sword in Lord of the Rings. The broken sword.
Oh yeah, we talked about this, and then I said that I also wanted that, and that I had to race you to get it.
Yeah, I want it on my spine.
Yes. Like Elendil or whatever, right?
Yeah. That one I could do like, yeah, Ferret.
Oh, Narsil. Yes, the shards of Narsil, yeah.
Yeah.
I want
it on my spine, and that one I would take like an artistic thing and maybe get some like flowers or something pretty around it.
Oh yeah, you could get like the flowers that supposedly like grow on the graves or whatever. The ones that I can't remember the name of now.
Yeah.
I want to get the Moonveil katana, the katana that I use the most in Elden Ring, to go behind my Elden Ring tattoo.
Oh, that would be cool.
Like the Moonveil katana and maybe like the full moon staff that I use, like and an X behind it.
That would be cool.
Mm.
You learn things against your will. That's fair.
Oh wait. We can go this way.
Oh, sorry. I'm coming back. Don't worry.
No, it's okay.
Where is it? The hatch.
This is too strong.
That would be cool. I don't know anything about it, but would be cool. Wait, where's elevator?
Yeah.
Click clock, tick tock. Click clock, tick tock.
I love that idea, ferret. I've always wanted a Sailor Moon tattoo, but I can't think of anything that's not stereotypical or cheesy.
Yeah. That was a fun little adventure down in there.
A little adventure.
Their wedding rings are Elrond's Ring of Power and Galadra's. Oh, that's cute!
That is cute.
I like that. Okay, why am I going this way to loot? That's fine. Whatever. We want to go this way anyway. Wait, there's a, like, corner over here?
Yeah, there's like a down.
Got to fill in the map. Fill it in. Well, there's a ladder here. A ladder.
A ladder. I'm right here.
Sorry.
Like, what the heck? No, but I'm literally right here.
The Sailor Moon silhouette sitting on the moon with some stars around it. Cute.
That's cute. So that would actually kind of strangely go with what I already have. I have the rebel symbol, like the rebel symbol with like the silhouette of Princess Leia like cut out of it, and it's in watercolor, so it's like pink and purple and blue.
Ooh,
so like
Infernal Iron.
that could be cute.
Karlak,
we can
I
go
got
back
shit
to
for
yeah,
you.
we can go back to what's his name?
Yeah. Karlak, we're gonna make out so much. Because that's the only thing we need and nothing else is gonna be necessary.
Well, here's a door.
A door?
That we haven't gone in?
Yeah.
Hello?
A door.
Oh. Old looking bones.
A pile of
I'm coming.
bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures. A
Now you
pile
want
of
it in a
crushed
stained
bones
glass.
of varying shapes,
Ooh.
sizes, and
That's pretty
creatures.
cool.
That's cool. That's neat.
I mean, for that one, it's probably not too hard. You just need to find somebody who does really good, like, colors. Like, really good, like, solid, good, clean colors. Because some people can get splotchy colors, because colors are hard.
Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed.
His bones and lies exposed. A firefly? Yeah. I have so much firefly shit. I really should, like, also get a tattoo.
Tattoo.
I don't know what I would do, though.
The dark's strong
Well,
here. This torch is
Let this be a warning. Those who defy Shah's will shall suffer darkness without her blessing.
Are you too far away? Where are you?
I'm right here.
You a brown coat? Yeah. Where the heck are we? We're in the shadow place. This is the Masons Guild.
You never went in the Masons Guild in the Shadow Curse Lands? It's by
We're just
Reithwin.
wandering, honestly. We're exploring. We're going to all the places. Why am I Karlak right now? What we want to do? I guess we probably want to go like over. How do I? Oh,
Double click. You can't ping. You can just put a marker down yourself.
no, I don't want to do that. We want to like fill out the map, right? So we want to go this way.
Wait.
Sorry.
I was like begging, like wait, please.
I was trying to stop.
All right. What now?
Okay.
How much farther can I go?
I need to remember to take smaller steps.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, we went that way. Okay.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
That little bit. Go this way? I don't think so. No, there's stairs there. Okay, so maybe yes, this way.
Astarion, if you keep up, this won't keep happening.
Getting stuck on shit.
Subtle steps.
Should mind my step.
Astarion. There you go. Figure it out. House of Healing.
A house of healing from the looks of it.
Good news for us. There could be some useful potions inside.
Oh wait, I don't think I've ever heard us talk to each other before.
I know, that was weird.
Yes, my cookies. I've been munching on them, yeah.
What do you mean, Wolfie? Nothing bad could possibly happen in a place called the House of Healing.
Except for Gigi leaving me behind.
Okay, listen,
Torchlight won't last long here.
I was just trying to fill in the map.
I know, but I can't keep up with you.
I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. I'm just bad.
Listen, the psionic detector. Kith Yankee are lurking nearby.
The Gif Yankee.
Nice little
Where
nap.
I'll feel that
are
one
we
later.
right now? Do we want to go this way or do we want to go... Yeah, we want to go this way. Ooh, there's doors. See what's inside these doors. Nope. Hello. Well, that didn't do anything. Oh yeah, because I just have my lantern. Ugh. Made you panic in every single square? That's fair.
Alright, don't... Okay, alright, can you back up while he attack you? Perfect.
Kith Yankee, oh god, the curse. Ah, spooky child. Oh. I was like, why is nobody else going? Ow! Rude? Where'd my weapon go?
She made you drop it.
No, but where is it?
It should be just on the floor.
I didn't see it. Okay, stop. Okay, stop.
Guess Yankees are such cheaters.
I didn't think that this would be a thing. Oh.
Okay,
Shit.
fucking disrespectful.
Where the fuck is my weapon? Hello?
Nice.
I don't see my axe anywhere.
Hold
Oh, no, there it
alt
is.
down? Oh
I
wow,
found
it's
it.
over here, yeah.
Another fight. Let's go.
Okay.
All
I
right.
do.
Karlak might get hit with this, and I'm sorry. It's so hard to get it even.
I can't move without an attack of opportunity.
No, I know. You're not
Let me
not
see if I
highlighted.
can-
You're not highlighted, but
Let me see
sometimes
if
it
I can-
happens. Okay. No, I know, but sometimes it's stupid and it's like, it's not highlighted, and then your friend will get hit and you're like, I look like an asshole now.
She is beefy. She has already taken damage.
Yeah.
Why am I not using... Okay, apparently I'm just punching. Even though I picked up my weapon.
Yeah, but you picked it up, but I don't think you can equip it.
Fine, I'll bull rush you.
Did you equip it? Or did you just pick it up?
I just picked it up.
Yeah, you have to equip it again. Which is an action. Yeah. You'll have to do it next turn.
Where
but you
even
still
is
knocked it over.
Where is it?
In your inventory, probably?
There it is. I'm just an idiot. What's an action? Right. Bonus action. Get shoved, bitch. What? Alright. I had a 94% chance of success.
Yep, I know. Githyanki's are cheaters.
If this cools her down, maybe Gigi can make out with her. Maybe. Stop! I need my arms. Stop disarming me. Did I?
Wait, how was that also hitting me?
They must be using...
the multi-arrows, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Tom.
Right, do you have, like, arrows of silence or some shit so you can fucking take care of them ass hats up there?
Don't know. Got fire, dragon slaying, necrotic, ice, many targets. I could do many targets.
Do the many targets and do them up there.
Yeah.
Can't stay idle.
Hey. Why can I not do it? I can't because I'm knocked down. I can't do anything. I can't. I guess I can't do
not
anything.
hitting them above. That's so dumb. That's just a waste of my action now.
I don't even know where I am. Oh, I'm just on the ground. Cool.
Yeah, here, right here.
Amazing. Let's do... Ugh.
Yeah, I see that said many targets now.
Ugh.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
You're
never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down,
but I get up again.
You're never gonna keep me down. Ah,
This
Danny
is the
boy,
night.
Danny boy, Danny boy.
Takes a ways to drink.
I get knocked down.
Drink a lager drink.
She drinks a
She's
vodka
cider
drink.
He's a blah blah.
She does a
He's
blah
song
blah.
that reminds us of good times.
She sings the songs that remind them of the better times.
Better times.
Those are exactly how those words go in that order.
Yup. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna go back here.
Gonna get shadow cursed back there.
Thank you, thank you. Ow! Oh, you whore!
Wow,
I didn't do
two
jack
of us.
shit
Two
in
of
this
us down.
turn. Oh my god.
Good thing I saved right before this.
Oh my god. We're
Yeah,
about to
I hate Get
they're about to
Yankee, bro.
TPK us.
Yeah, it's okay. I saved right before this fight.
Oh my god.
Yep.
We got to...
Alright, so we have to get the guys on the fucking bridge.
Yeah.
Because they're the... We need silence. I need to get silence somehow. Alright, hold on. Before we move at all, let me see if I can swap out one of my spells for silence.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh,
Get
Danny
rid
boy.
of Enhanced Leap for...
I can't use my melee weapon because I have to use my fucking torch. Or the lantern or whatever it's called.
Shit, I really don't know here. Thought I had it, but I don't. For the love of God, just change weapons.
I can't change weapons. I need to have the lantern out or else we'll get shadow cursed.
I mean, for the sake of the fight, you might just want to.
But then we'll take damage every turn. And if they're doing so much damage, we don't want just like residual constant damage.
But I mean, you have range, so, and you have no spells, right?
I have fairy fire.
Okay, no, fairy fire is not going to help. All right.
Wait, no, I have, hold on. I have fairy fire. I have thunder wave. I have darkness.
Right.
I have dancing lights.
I have all of the scrolls. Yeah, I can give her some scrolls, but I'm not sure what that's really going to do.
No, that's okay. I have guidance. That's it. That's it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I forgot that I could go invisible. I need to look at my actions more often.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
I don't really know what else we can do, but just fucking full send it.
You're not really fine.
Okay. Alright, we need to get these guys up here. Can I reach... Oh, okay. I can do that. Okay, that reaches. Now.
I can shoot. Well, speaking of which, maybe I could cast darkness.
Just be careful that we're not in it.
Oh, should be fine. I'm casting it on them up here.
Yeah. Orf. Now they can't see shit.
And they can't. And we'll also say fuck it and get mocked. Oh, I can't see them to mock them.
Yeah,
well,
just get these guys down here too, because they'll start kicking our ass down here.
You.
Nice.
Okay, Karlak. You've got advantage. Hi, Ash. Okay, sure. 85% chance. Why not? Ugh. Can I get both of you?
But I'm here.
I should be able to not hit you, though. Well, I was trying to stay within your range, but that's fine. Yeah, I can just get them. Get wrecked. I'll just run back. It's fine. Okay, bye. Guess what time it is for you? I'm gonna guess 5:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Ooh, thunder waved. Thunder woven. Thunder hooved. 6:50, I was close. I was only off by an hour. You whore.
I know.
I mean, the 30 was just for vague time frames.
Okay, your weapon is dropped, don't forget.
Not right now.
I'm gonna launch my hook back.
Just pick it up.
Don't forget to equip it, that's an action.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to backseat, I just...
I know. I was just
I
thinking.
don't want to forget.
I'll bonus action. And we'll just like run somewhere. I don't know. So that we're not all clumped together. How am I? I'm good. Trying to
Nice.
murder these people. Let's just go here. Christmas was good. Got a bunch of Legos.
Misty step.
Stop. Well, cute. Miasti stop.
Miasti.
Miasti stop. They all saved. These bitches.
I fucking hate Githyanki, man. Seriously. Error of many targets. Error of many targets. Error of many targets. That's why I started buying every single fucking arrow. The like every playthrough.
Stop rallying people. Okay. Okay. Stop it. These guys suck.
I know.
It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Let's pick this up, I guess. And, well, let me... I can hit him with my lantern. Or... hold on. I could cast... Actually, let me go up here and cast Thunder Wave on them.
I don't really know.
Because they disarmed me.
I'm just gonna go up here, I guess, to this guy.
Oh, that didn't even hit that man? Ugh! Let's get Mom. Okay. Let's just at least get this guy.
Oh.
I missed? What the fuck? Ugh. Okay, well at least one is down.
Mm-hmm.
And I got his stupid cheese. I shove this man. Yeah, let's go push him.
Good. fucked.
It's not gonna do jack shit in the long run, but I pushed him. Stop.
This guy's got 39 left. What do I do here?
Guy has 118. Ugh. Thank you. 32. Shit, bro.
Wow. Nice.
Well, at least the charm worked once. Don't. Oh my god. These guys suck.
I know.
Okay, well, I'll just try murdering this man. What do I have that I can use on him? Could do... Yeah, let's do lacerate. And fuck it, I'm just gonna push him again.
Do it.
Get fucked.
Make him stand up every time.
Yep. You're stupid. Should I have healed? Yes. Did I? No.
Nice, okay. Okay.
Oh, this one is almost dead.
Fuck.
Looks like that hurt.
Oh, thanks. Oh, shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then I can still...
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't.
Stop. Don't. Cool. Cute.
Nice.
Stop.
Yep.
Amazing. Ugh, fuck. All I have is my fucking lantern.
No shot. I'm biting this bitch. Give me that 8 HP back, you son of a bitch.
Got 4. I could try to mock him to death.
Do it, he's got 4.
50%. Yeah. Your candy doesn't fit in your candy bin?
Amazing. You're amazing and I love you.
Fucked. You suck, sir. Just gonna run this way a little bit. Don't hurt me. Karlak, this man. Oh, I'm immobile? For fuck's sake. How much health does this man have? I've got disadvantage because I'm frightened. Shit. Do I have anything that will give me advantage? Just do reckless attack. Yeah. I'm just gonna do reckless attack. And then, miss. Cool, we're gonna try again. Got him! For that 6 hit points. Goodbye!
Cool.
Oh shit. 2 critical misses in a row?
Yeah, but probably not again.
Okay, ow.
I hate the Gith Yankee, dude. They're so, like, they cheat so hard.
Okay. Welp. What are your feelings on black licorice? L. L. Disgusting.
Alright, what if I just, like...
A better position.
I don't know, draw their attention over here. She's just gonna hit me back down anyway. Yep. You're, of course not.
Jesus Christ. Well, we got 3 of them down this time, which was better. Bacon brittle, I don't know what that is.
Quickly.
Oh, hello.
Don't waste this opportunity.
I'm gonna get knocked down.
I know.
Immediately. Oh, I can do stuff though, but no, I can only do a bonus action. I can take a potion of healing. What else do I have? Arcane cultivation. Yeah, that's helpful. Bloodlust. Speed. Well... I don't think I can really... I could turn invisible! If I turn invisible, they can't see me.
True.
Yeah, let's try it. Let's see what happens.
And then I would move just a teeny bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna move all the way over here. They'll never be able to tell where I am. It's not like I have a light circling me.
Right.
Although now you're the only target. I didn't think about that. Well, shit. I didn't think about that. You can get some teammates up, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, you should probably get, or try to get us up at least.
Not Karlak. Karlak's dead. I could get you up.
Over here.
And now I'm visible again. That's fine. And then bonus action. Just go take a potion of healing, I guess. Is there a timeout spell you could use?
I mean, I have spells, but they're not gonna work on them. They're like intelligence and shit is gonna be too high.
Or are you cursed now? Did I fuck you?
They are. Which is cool. But now I guess Astarion is too.
Mm. God damn it, stop shooting me! Yeah.
He's gonna shoot Astarion and he's gonna go down. Oof, some fucking how.
Okay, well I can get you back up again.
Honestly, I just would, if like for as many times as you can.
Yeah.
It's just I know it's a waste of I don't know, movement or whatever or actions, but it's just more targets for them to keep other people alive.
Yeah, how you've got 12. You've got 46 was the last one. So only just 2? No,
There's 3.
Third one.
12, 23. He's up here.
Oh, yeah. Well, nope. I can't get to a spot where I can see him to mock him. Really? I can't mock any of them? Shit, bro.
If you move like right here, you can't reach this guy?
Oh,
damn.
I don't have enough movement to get there.
Oh, alright. I wouldn't try it then.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bonus action. Guess I'll take another potion. Wow, 5 whole hit points.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit. I guess I could have tried to like hide. Karlach is inspired. Karlach is dead.
It's fine. We'll take the inspiration.
Yeah. Oh. I'm dead. Oh, did she get... When she got inspired, did she get back up?
She must have somehow. That's insane.
That's crazy. I mean, she's dead again. But that was crazy.
Okay, this guy's down to 1 and he's shadow cursed, but so am I. All right, does anybody who has potions? I need a potion as a bonus action.
I have like 2.
Hold on. No, I've got some in mind. Here we go. Okay.
Let's go.
Damn.
Ooh.
We did. That was a good fucking try, though.
Yeah. Okay.
One more try, or do you want to call it here?
Yeah. Let's do. Oh shit! It's 11.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. We can call it here. This is right before the fight, so it doesn't say which ones, and it's not even. Sometimes it's not even multiple targets. Sometimes it's just the same target.
It's great. I think it's just when I think it's the fact that it shoots multiple times.
Yeah.
Like because with magic missile, it starts with like 4 little missile darts.
It's just the wrong phrasing.
Yeah. When you say multiple targets, that implies that more than one person is being hit. Also, hello, welcome in. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, hi, Irg.
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 Okay. Well, yeah, let's give it one more shot. Do we want to try the same thing again where we get darkness? Because it at least took the top people out for like
I think that was good. They just we have to work on getting the range. The girl in the middle is the strongest, but the 2 range ones can just like pick you off bad. So yeah.
The problem is like if we put them in If I put them in darkness, then we can't target them.
Mm-hmm. But they also can't target us because they can't see.
Right.
And I can always do like AoEs on them, I think, still.
That's true. That's true. That's true. If you do like a fireball up there, that could be
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Alright, do we have any potions we can take beforehand?
Oh, right.
You can take Elixir of Dark Vision. Oh, no, that doesn't do magical darkness.
No, that doesn't do no.
Oh,
I
you can
gotta,
do
like-
Oil of Accuracy on your bow.
Yeah, that might be good. Do I have that?
I have it if you need some. I'll send it to you here.
Must be wielding a weapon that can be coded.
Your bow can't be coded? Oh, do you? Because you have your thing out. So just like swap to your bow and then try it and then go back.
It did.
Huh. Maybe I just can't.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, I've got Oil of Accuracy. Ugh, I guess we'll just see what happens.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go.
Potions. I only have 4 healing potions. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, do you want to hold on? Let's long rest right here, so I can get at least my level 1s back.
Oh yeah, that's probably good. I'm gonna have to reuse the Oil of Accuracy though.
Oh
Probably.
shit. Yeah. So never mind then. Never mind. Let's go back.
We could reload the. Wait, let's reload the save, and then we'll long rest.
Yeah.
And then I'll put the Oil of Accuracy on.
Yeah.
What difficulty are you on? The,
like balanced,
regular?
whatever the medium is. Yeah. So whatever the one right below Tactician is balanced, I think.
This is my first time playing through this game. Pink has played this game 1,000,000 times approximately.
Like 24 times.
1,000,000. An entire.
Yeah, we're
1,000,000.
unbalanced. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's long rest.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to go to bed? Sure.
Sure.
Take a little nappy poo.
A little nap.
A little resty.
All right, so. Now,
Okay.
do you need your Oil of Accuracy again? Because I sent it to you,
I didn't do it.
remember?
Because we reloaded.
Right,
the
but
save.
I sent it to you, so do you need it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't have it. Why are we in turn-based mode?
Because I went first and I went into the...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's your Oil of Accuracy.
Thank you. Okay, I need to like.
I want this
do
one.
something.
Okay, put this back on.
Okay, what else? Guess that's kind of it.
I don't need any attention right now.
But as Explorer, so I was fine. I feel like Explorer can be a little too easy in some parts. So I like to play unbalanced, especially for people's first playthroughs, because you have to actually kind of like think and use your brain. And not just like mindlessly spam like the same attacks over and over again.
Right. Oh, I did have Oil of Accuracy. Sorry, you
It's
can
all
probably
good.
take
No,
it
no, it's
back.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have a weapon that can use it, so it's fine.
Well, there you go.
Can't use it on mine or Astarians. We thinking and using my brain? Yes. Ew. Ew.
Yeah, disgusting. Okay, shall we?
Yeah, Bubbles and I had to think so hard because we were playing in honor mode. Permadeath mode. All right, let's go. All right, let's go.
Hello? There we go. Okay.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to Hunger of Hadar up here again.
And I'll
boom.
Darkness again.
Okay. And then we'll do that. Okay. Now for me, I can do that. Okay. didn't knock them both back. Cool, cool, cool. And I'll go back here.
Can I hide?
You probably can't hide. They already know you're here, yeah.
I wanted to try at least.
Oh, you shadow cursed me. It's okay.
Oh, shit.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry.
I keep forgetting
I know.
that's a thing. All right, Karlak. Let's take...
I was way overthinking Explorer. Yeah, Explorer, you can kind of just, like...
Let's take this bitch.
Throw the same spells over and over again.
Okay. Great, amazing. Oh, Bubble, thanks for using your Prime sub on me. I appreciate that.
Bubbles has been going back and watching the Baldur's Besties VODs, and every once in a while she'll like message me like whatever's going on in the VOD she's watching. And she just messaged me the other day and she's like, Gigi's on her 4th arrest. And I was like, yep.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was like, yep. And then a couple minutes later she messaged me, she goes, oh my god, you got arrested because Gigi left the door open. I was like, yep.
Don't put that on me! Oh my gosh. This is big spoilers for you? Uh-huh. Oh my gosh.
It was so funny. It was very funny.
Thank you for the follow, Irg. Could you stop trying to hit me? Here, I'll come back so that you guys aren't shadow cursed anymore because I'm an asshole.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. That's really nice of you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
That's
Just thinking
super kind of you.
Who can I shoot? Can I shoot this man? Yes.
Right.
Oh. I can also... I'm gonna shoot this man. Okay. Oh, but first... Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Hold on. Let me go
Hold
closer.
on. Let's do Vicious Mockery first so I can get advantage, potentially. It was so funny, though. It was funny. Listen, I laugh because I find it hilarious.
I laugh because it's easier than crying.
You're fine.
I haven't even logged in. I'll have to look and comment. Yes, thank you for honestly commenting. Even if you've watched the VOD live, commenting on the YouTube to like super duper helps in the algorithm. Like I notice a big jump in the videos that have comments on them.
Yeah.
I mean, it still goes from like 20 views to like 100 views, but still.
I just started posting my side of the.
Oh, did you? I'll have to go look at them.
Targets. Where did it go? Am I fucking blind? I have one arrow of many targets.
Yeah, even if it's just like something silly that happened or something silly that we said. Yeah. Horseman does it too. Horseman's a champ. Vesty Gate's biggest fan? Hell yeah. I post them every Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, that didn't do jack shit. Okay, well, thanks. That was a good use of my time. I'm gonna stick with this bitch. Oh,
that was
critical hit.
Good one.
Oh, I should have done the double. Oh well. I'm gonna push her.
Shoved. I know. I love it.
And I'll get an attack of opportunity if I move, so... You didn't do anything wrong. We were saying that you do a great job commenting.
Oh yeah, no. I said you're a champ, that you comment on the YouTubes. Yeah, no, that was not bad at all.
Yeah. Stop! Ooh, the charm actually worked that time. That bitch is frightened. Why was I not able to... They talk to so many animals. That's so true. It was going well. And then it kind of stopped going well. Stop. Stop. Ugh. Well, you decided to stand right next to me, so... Clearly, this means I need to do this. Amazing. That did nothing. 0 damage. Okay. Bonus action. I'm gonna push her. it's so much fun.
Just keep shoving them every time.
Yep. I'm just gonna move here. And then me. What can I hit you with? I'll hit you with a fire arrow. Yeah. Get burned. Critical miss! Why? What did I do to deserve this?
It's not you, it's the fucking dumb Gith Yankees who I hate so much.
I mean, a critical miss means I rolled a 1 to attack, so
I
that
know,
is
but
actually
it's
not
the
me.
it's them.
Okay, you're right. It's them. It's not me. Get mocked, bitch. I'll just go over here. Don't hurt me. I said don't hurt me. Got tripped.
Yeah, I noticed.
Charmed, please. No. No. Oh my god.
It's so dumb.
I should start buying more arrows. Thank you.
Don't linger.
Let's see if I can... You know what? I'm gonna use an acid arrow this time. Cool, I missed. Amazing. Oh, but she's dead.
I got 2 of them.
Oh. I was like, I did it!
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, you did it! You did it! You did it! You did it!
Thanks!
You're so great! You did it!
I'll mock this one. Ooh, hey, it actually worked. Okay, bye. I'm gonna hide over here. Oh, me. I'm still alive. Okay. Can I get you? Yes. Or I could get you. Or I could get you. 34. Shit, this bitch has so much health. Oh my god.
I know.
Cool. Let's go. Can't do diving strike. I can do... Let's do lacerate.
Nice.
Great. Bonus action. Let me heal. Hold on. I need to steal a potion from myself. Send to Karlak. Gulp, 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 gulp. Gulp, gulp. Slang with your hair. Oh, thank you. I washed it.
Thanks. Same.
Okay, fucking stop. You can't do both. Can't do both a spell and a weapon attack. That's cheating. Stop.
Okay, but honestly, like, just go fuck yourself.
But have you considered not?
But honestly, like, just go fuck yourself.
If I do this... Yeah, I'm gonna shoot this man with fire. Okay, that worked out well. And now I'm gonna... I should heal. Or I could mock him.
Don't move.
Last time you saw one of my streams, I didn't have bangs. I've had bangs since February. Has it been that long?
Okay.
20% chance of success. Okay, I'll use my bonus action to heal. I guess. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god. Where are all of my healing potions? Healing potions. I know that I have 2. Where the fuck are my healing potions?
And then your bag. In your bag.
There.
It is very different than E33. E33 is a turn-based reaction, like parry and dodge game. This is a turn-based game with like D&D rules. But yes, BG3 is good. Honestly, I like BG3 better than E33, and I have played both.
I'm very much enjoying it. I could take a potion of animal speaking. I'm just gonna...
But yes, BG3 is great. I have 773 hours.
GG. Your healing potions got mixed up in your candy stash. You'll never find them. Oh my gosh. And
One more.
I know.
Anything.
Let me hold on. Let me move around. Can I move around? No.
Is the character creation expansive? I think the character creation is great. The character creation is wonderful, but this has some of the best modding communities that I've ever seen. And there's like putting mods and like putting appearance mods and like hair and visual, all that mods is literally like the click of a button. So like if you don't think that the character creator is expansive enough, which it is, then you can literally just like put some hair mods on or put some whatever mods on.
It's dead from being on fire. It's just the one. It's just the one. How many healths do you have? 52. I'm gonna set acid on this man. Get wrecked.
Okay.
Appearance-wise, it is slight. There's a lot of. I mean, I spent an hour in the character creator.
She did spend an hour her first time creating her character. That is true.
There are like limited.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've played.
Oh,
like, Dragon
perfect!
Age
Elden Ring, and these are my 2 favorite games. Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring are literally my 2 favorite games. It's not as expansive as Elden Ring, whereas you can literally move, and it's not like that. But like you've got like, you know, each race has like 6 to 8 faces to choose from, which then you can change the skin tones, the colors, the hair, the skin marks, the scars, you know, you can make your eyes 2 different colors, the makeup. But it's not as expensive in Elden Ring, and like it doesn't have sliders.
Yeah, and like if you've played Dragon Age: The Veilguard, that one is like super expansive. It's definitely not as expansive as that. I had a great time in the character creator, clearly. Since I was in it for forever.
Yeah. But no, it's not quite as expensive as Elden Ring, where you can't just like literally make sliders to make it look however you like. You do have to pick from the set ones, but each race and sub-race and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera has faces to choose from.
Yeah.
I would say,
The
like...
Belgrade hair options, oh my god, they are.
Most attractive,
Making those
yeah.
attractive?
I
That's
usually
so
try to.
fair.
I usually try to make mine and look
Listen,
what I
need
consider to be
make
attractive.
My people cute. I don't know what you're talking about. That's normal.
But I love Baldur's Gate 3, as you can tell by my 700, almost 800 hours.
Several playthroughs.
Several playthroughs.
Several. We crushed it that time.
Yeah. I don't know why that time was so much different, but whatever. Whatever.
I mean, I wasn't getting a critical miss on every single fucking attack.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that particular run went so much different than everything else did. All right.
The probability actually works the way it was supposed to. For
Yeah,
some reason.
probably. You can definitely make the most attractive character. Even if, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had a Souls edition for a solid year and a half, but I tried E33 and it was amazing. I'm thinking of other genres. So other than Souls games and E33, what other types of games do you enjoy? Like, you know, like the Fallout games, the you know, the Elder Scrolls games. I mean, if you want to, not as much RPG, but like the Horizon games are really good, you know?
God, I love those games so much. If you want a more like story-based...
See, I knew there was another fucking thing. Okay.
Let's go.
I knew that there was another fast travel. I just didn't know where it was that we were missing it.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, bestie. You good to call it here? Because it's past.
Yeah, bestie.
It's past your dinner time.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine and totally healthy. All right, I'm going to camp.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, I can't. There you go. No, I can't. I'm shadow cursed. Did you leave me? I can't go to camp.
You said you were going to camp.
I know, but I literally I can't. Hold on. Okay, I got it. I got it. It was literally like every 2 seconds I was getting shadow cursed and I like couldn't get out of it.
I'm excited to play E33. My brother got it for me for Christmas.
I haven't done the tower yet. If I'm being totally honest, I found the difficulty spike at the end to be a little too difficult for me personally, and I had no desire to go back and get my ass kicked again.
I'm excited to play it. I have avoided spoilers on the entire game.
Yeah, you have, yeah.
So it's on the list. It's on the list. I need to finish Ghost first, and then Driver really wants me to play Inscription.
That's crazy. Expedition 33, Bubbles. All right. Let's see. The likelihood of a raid has been very low the past few weekends, but let's take a look.
What do you mean? It's only 11:30 Mountain Time.
Oh, Dirge is playing Final Fantasy. There we go.
Oh yeah, there he is.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll raid to him too. We can do a double.
A double? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
all right, guys, go hang out with Dirge. We love Dirge.
Yeah, go hang out with Dirge.
Go hang out with Dirge.
Hey, thanks for hanging with us for a while tonight.
Thanks,
this
guys.
was fun.
Thanks to all the new
Slightly fewer impulsive, reckless decisions.
Slightly, yeah.
Slightly.
We didn't get into as much trouble as usual.
We got into some.
A little bit.
It was, you know,
of course,
normal trouble.
The normal, yeah.
Some of us have issues opening doors. It's fine.
All right, pals. I will be back live again tomorrow with more Kingdom Come. We're gonna try to get through it this week.
Yeah, and I'll be back on
Monday.
Monday, yeah, with probably Ghost. We'll see. We'll see. How work goes. That's how it is.
Good night, guys. Good night. Good night.
Oh, like I need to set up the raid.
Yeah,
sorry.
Oh, mine's already ready to go. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. Is that it? Dirge McBee?
DRJMCB.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Okay,
Good night.
Love you guys.
Goodbye. Good night.